Maple,
Mhm.
I would like for you to tell me what Sami is thinking right now as he wastes another day as a sophomore in detention.
Probably thinking about what energy drink to pick up on the way home. That class is such a bore, and school is such a bore.
Quite. It's around, well, it's lunchtime. You're basically missing out on lunch, and especially like outright just missing out on lunch because Mr. Stone has a habit of having detentions start right away with no chance of going to the cafeteria.
And because he's a dick.
Yeah, certainly seems like a lot of people will feel that way. It's been a pretty normal day. Boring classes, this day in particular is one of the worst for those. It's almost as if every class that you dislike happens to be on this particular day. Though around you are a couple of students all dotted about the place. This is a standard classroom, and the teacher that would be here has left. You're not too sure when that happened, though. While the thought of, well, teacher's not here, let's just go, does definitely pop into your mind every now and then. You know sometimes it's best to just bite the bullet and deal with this one and not have it get worse. Of course, with it being around lunchtime, you can hear the commotion outside, yelling, laughter playing, that sort of thing. Some people yelling at each other, and there's a slight rumble. That rumble turns into the sound of whirring, and you recognize it as the sound of helicopters flying past. A couple of them, by the sounds of it. You didn't see it out of the window, but you could see the sort of like the shadow momentarily sort of cut through the classroom as they fly over the building. Not too sure where they're going. There isn't anywhere close by for them to land. You're not used to hearing them. You may see a helicopter occasionally, normally like a news or police one, something like that. But that sort of that was surprisingly loud, and it sort of made everyone look up for a moment.
I wonder where they're going in such a hurry. I'm hungry.
The student over in the corner just sort of groans, just goes, "Ah, this sucks," and
Yeah. I was
and
gonna like lay on the desk to feel like, yeah, it does.
yeah, as you sort of like slouch over the desk, essentially, you can see the Alto phone to check. Well, no one around to make things worse, so why not? And he sort of gives a puzzled look. Goes, that's weird.
Hmm?
No signal.
What service do you have? Cricket Wireless?
And I don't know. I'm sure there was money on it. Sammy,
Yeah.
would you say you have your phone on you, either on your person or in your bag?
Yep.
After a brief moment, you hear the alarm, the emergency alarm the phones come with.
I'm gonna go take a look. It's probably an Amber Alert.
It is the alert. You've seen this before for drills. It's like when they test the alarms. Very rarely they occasionally. It's the one for environmental hazards, severe weather, stuff like that. In this case, the message is to stay indoors and stay away from people. And at this point, all of the phones in this classroom are going off, both the ones that the students have and also a phone in the teacher's desk that your teacher had left behind.
It seems gonna kind of kind of shrink and like cover his ears, like loud.
Some of them are starting to get up from their table, from their seats. At this point, the standard commotion that you hear outside that you're used to from lunch break, you notice that the occasional scream seems a lot more intense. And then you hear panic. And then the fire alarm goes off.
Shit. I'm getting up, grabbing my bag, and making my way out of here.
As you open the door, the first thing you see is blood across the hallway immediately in front of this classroom. This classroom is pretty much in the center of sort of a T-junction of corridors. So 2 going either side and then a center corridor going down. And you see what could only really be described as mass hysteria. People are throwing each other against the wall, on the floor. You just see instantly, one of the first things you see is one student bite into the neck of another student as people are rushing past you in any direction.
I definitely would stand there horrified for a second and then probably join them in running.
You run down this, you know, to the left side of you as you exit this classroom. There is a exit in one direction, also a staircase, sort of halfway along that corridor. As you run, someone in front of you trips over, you narrowly avoid, and then another person to your side is grabbed and pulled, and without looking behind you, you can hear a horrible croaking gag and squelching sound. In that moment towards the entrance, you're still not quite there, you're still partly in the corridor. A sudden crash of people rushing into others, people who are trying to get to the entrance, getting caught by, well, I don't know, it seems like half the people here have lost their minds, and they are now attacking them, and they are blocking that entrance.
Guess I'll find a different route.
You look around, and it's a mess of people rushing past you in any direction. At one point while you're turning, someone sort of hits into your shoulder. It luckily doesn't force you to the ground, but they did not stop to care. They are continuing to run, and then a hand grabs onto your shoulder and pulls you backwards. It is Lucas. He's staring you with wide eyes, and it looks like to be honest, it looks like he's been in a fight. You can even see some red on his shoulder being covered by his shirt, but it looks like someone did a number on him, but he's here now, and he's just staring at you and he's like, I'm gonna get out of here.
Yeah. Where do we go?
He's looking around. To this point, you turn behind you, you see the area that you'd come from, that T-junction, with all the people running in different directions. It is now getting packed there. And you cannot tell who is running and who is running at them. And in that moment, there's a split-second decision. Lucas pretty much grabs you by the wrist and says, up the stairs, maybe we can go around the other side, and pulls you along. He takes you up the staircase. It's one of those that bends around, and you find yourself on the second floor, and he stops dead in his tracks, and you see, so like on the other side, so basically the other wall of the corridor away from you, you see Miss Jones, your English teacher, her hands buried in the abdomen of a freshman boy, pulling out a rope of intestine to stuff it into her mouth. And all he can do is stare out towards you, can't even scream anymore. He looks way too weak and he's just mouthing, help me. I wouldn't say you don't recognize him. He looks familiar enough. It's everyone, you're here all the time. Lucas, in same class, definitely recognizes him, and he has completely frozen and has gone pale at the sight.
I'll grab Lucas a bit. Come on, we gotta go, and start leading.
Okay. There's a moment he's sort of hesitant. You think for a moment that he's going to fall onto the ground if you keep pulling him, but his legs finally remember how to work, and he is running along with you. And as you look through past and all these classrooms on the second floor, I would like you to tell me where you go.
Make a run towards the music room. Probably hide in there and bar up the door for a minute.
Okay. And not with a second to spare either, as you notice behind you some of these people who've gone crazy. They seem to have noticed you, and they are making their way towards you with an earnest speed, even though they're somewhat clumsy compared to the two of you. But you get in, close the door, slide a rack of some of the heavier instruments over there, or possibly one of the pianos.
Marimba or a xylophone.
Lucas walks over to one corner of the room. He is shaking, is feeling a panic. He's fumbling about his clothing, looking for something. Of course, you know what he tends to keep on him every now and then. Not normally during school, but still. And what the fuck is that?
Fuck if I know.
Hey. He tried to I knew where you were gonna be. I tried to get to you as quickly as I could. Shit's fucked, man.
What do we do?
Hey. And sort of looks around. What do you see in this room?
Probably barely anything. Foam padding, instruments. There wouldn't be too much else to these rooms usually.
Memory serves me correctly, not even really windows, because that would mess with acoustics, correct?
Yep.
As far as rooms go, it's not necessarily the best, but he sort of looks around. At this point, he's walks to the other part of the room, somewhat behind you a little bit. You know whereabouts he is. It's one of the few classes you don't mind or even like, but it's just like, well, maybe if they don't know we're here, we can wait it out till the cops come.
Just keep quiet and just make sure they don't find us in here. We'll be all right.
He's at this point gone quiet. Not surprising considering everything that's going on.
Half tempted to take a hit myself.
In a moment, as you're saying that, before you can really say much else or look around, Lucas grabs onto you with an urgency that is outright aggressive, and he just straight up snarls at you and tries to push you onto the floor. You see along the side of his face, the side that is where the blood on his shoulder is visible, that side of his face, the neck and cheek, there are lines of black, sort of making his veins visible.
Lucas?
Is grabbing onto you, trying to lunge his face towards you.
Be fighting back, like pushing him. This isn't funny, man.
He does not respond to anything you say or any noise you make. He is constantly trying, and eventually in this, you do push him away and he stumbles back. And in that moment, as you look into his eyes, you don't see the usual expressions he would ever have. There's only a look of aggression. There's an intent there that will not go well for you, as he tries to now stumble at speed back towards you again.
In this panic, I'm gonna, I guess, try to kite him around the larger instruments and keep out of his reach.
It's a little bit easier while he's pretty fast. It's not a sprint. He's sort of stumbling forwards over and sort of on his own weight, kind of like someone who's drunk.
What could I do? Does he seem like he's wearing down at all?
No, if anything, things like that tunnel vision he has is staying and is rushing straight back towards you. You sort of managed to get to make him slow down a bit so as he moves around things, but he now has a clear line to you again.
Grab a music stand and I'll do this, man.
No response to either you picking it up or the warning. Just then stumbles towards you, hands reaching out to grab at you, and just full sending it.
Kind of have hold the stand from him, kind of use it and push him back. Looking around. Is there a snare drum?
There is.
Gonna pick up the drum and kind of give it a swing.
Okay. You swinging it at him?
Yeah.
As you swing it and it goes towards the side of his head, everything goes black. And you wake up in your bunk at the scrap.
Oh gosh. How many times does this make it?
You've lost count. A year and a half in, and you're still getting those nightmares. Even after everything that had happened previously, you thought that after all that, things might get better, but you still find yourself back there every so often.
Wipe the tears away. About what time would it be?
It is around... If the little clock you've got in your room is anything to go by, around 9 a.m.
I slept in.
Mhm.
Excuse me. Gonna make my way over to the food court, see if there's still any breakfast available.
Okay. There's actually still a couple of people sitting down as well, so at the very least it's going on for a little bit. You see Tobias at the kitchen, basically where like it sort of opened up, that sort of hole in the side that they've made, kind of giving it a food truck sort of vibe. Is of course on the other side, stirring a pot of something.
Gonna make my way to him and just ask if I should just be a little annoying goober and ask for the hair of the dog that bit me.
Either chuckles at that, just says, "Oh, now." You're doing all right, kid.
Yeah, as usual. Didn't get too much sleep.
Fair. Well, probably won't help with that too much, but let me boil you something. And as he does, you can see that it looks a bit like chicken noodle soup, pretty much. It's a probably a couple of cans that a few cans, considering how much of it that they must have found a while back. It's like, here you go. Hoping there'll be some left over for around lunch period, but yeah, who knows?
Yeah. Drink up the soup and look around the camp. Everything seems normal.
Yeah, pretty much. On that, generally speaking, you can see Let's have a look and see what you can see. You can see Tasha is sort of carrying a couple of things, seemingly from one place to another, probably working on some project. Meanwhile, there's a sort of a small grouping of the older ladies, people like Doris, for example. Yeah, there was I'll find the name at the moment. Oh yeah, and Sharon. There's a couple of the others as well. They're just sort of enjoying the morning, so to speak. They seem to have small like teacups. You know that the scrap hasn't had any tea or coffee for about a week. They're not drinking that.
Habits, though.
Pardon?
I was saying, just keeping the habit, keeping the what's the schedule?
Pretty much, yeah. And chances are they're probably just having something a little bit stronger as well, and just using the cups to make it look like they're not.
Oh, probably Micah's doing.
Possibly. You have seen them a couple of times, sort of portion for something. You've never paid too much attention, but it's so you sort of look at that and you're like, hang on, we haven't had and you can also see a couple of the kids running past. You see Jack and Kenny, and sort of following behind them, it's like running behind them, Terry, one of the additions from the Lost Boys.
Hey, slow down.
You just sort of like hear like, we'll be fine. Splat. And he trips over a sort of like a piece of scrap essentially, and right into a puddle. It's been a little bit wet and muddy. The rain's been coming over from the southeast, and yesterday there was a bit of a storm.
I'm gonna put my ball down, chuckle, walk over, like just pick him up.
In which case, that one specifically was Kenny, who's the youngest of the two of them, about 10, is sort of, while still being held, just sort of pouting, essentially, very much embarrassed, especially as he was the one that said that moments before disaster.
Yeah. I remember when I was your age. Takes a long drag of chicken and noodle soup.
He just sort of rolls his eyes and just goes, okay, old man.
Yeah, I'm not that old. Be careful. The last thing I need is Claire yelling at me for you guys getting hurt.
He eventually sort of like actually stands up himself, no longer using you for support, and sort of like wipes himself off. And it's just like,
or worse, Luna.
Wide-eyed. It's like, you won't say anything, right?
Not this time.
Cool. See ya. He's running off there now. He's a little bit anxious from that.
What should I do this morning in the scrap? Gonna finish my soup and make my way over to Claire, not to snitch, but to see if there's any chores or tasks that need to be done.
Okay. We will leave you here for the moment.
Alrighty.
Meanwhile, Bunny, I would like you to describe Felix and what he would be doing at this point in the morning. It is still around 9, maybe about 9:30.
Okay, so Felix, he's used to being up at like before the crack of dawn. That's what his habit is from before times, and he's kept that ever since. So by 9 a.m., I think he'd probably be hard at work, probably like figuring out what the gardening situation is, which is what he's here to do. Probably trying to dig like plots out just to at least like mark them out.
Mm-hmm. At the moment, well, there's actually 2 areas. Sort of like part of this corner here, just before the guard tower. That sort of like has a little area that's been dedicated, and also up this way here, in the north of the same side of the scrap, is the second plot that's, at least for now, has been sort of cordoned off for you and anyone you have helping you to work on. So up to you which one you'll be on.
He'd be up near that corner, the top corner, just because that's closer to his bus, and he'd probably be back at his bus for certain supplies that he probably stores in there.
Fair enough.
So it might get easier on him.
Okay. At this point, it's still pretty much flat land. It's loosened up a little bit from the rain, but as I'm sure you know, mud is pretty bad to shovel.
Yeah.
Do you have anyone helping you, or is it just you at this moment?
I mean, if there's anyone helping him, it'd be like 1 or 2 of the Lost Boys, but other than that, that's up to you whether or not they would want to help him that early in the morning.
That's fair. In which case, I will say you would probably have Jess and Tony.
Okay.
And they're sort of essentially doing the same thing. They're using some shovels that people have on hand to try and dig up as much of this as they can.
Yeah, they're not necessarily digging up like full plots. They're more like marking out where those plots are going to be, because Felix plans on getting things to do raised beds, which is going to be more efficient considering the swampy area.
Yeah. And so for that, it's not too bad for them. I would, however, like for you, for the first roll of this session, to do I'll give you the option of either endure or force. So opening up your character sheet in the general, you can see force and endure there under your strength. Either one works.
Can I? I'll do force.
Okay. Clicking the word should bring up a little pop-up, and you don't need to add or take away any modifier, so you can just press whatever the confirmation button is. Yeah. Force. Okay. So it is a bit tougher doing this because it is mud and such, but you're able to do the extra bit of strength to do through, and you got help as well, so you're able to sort of mark out these areas. And you sort of see Tony's just kind of just giving a bit of a sigh, and is like, man, I wish I was doing more than this. and suggest to sort of give him like a playful sort of elbow to the shoulder, and it's just like, come on, you're always doing stuff around here. And his only response is just like, yeah, but at least you still get to go out and find stuff. Well, I'm always in here.
I think Felix would probably just watch this conversation just very quietly. He wouldn't really interact so much, but he'd probably debate on whether or not he would be telling Tony that he could go. He's probably looking around, seeing what is done in the plot, and probably eventually goes, you know you can leave. You don't need to keep staying with us. I got this.
Tony just sort of sighs and goes, it's fine. It's not that I don't want to help. It's just, since we got here, most of us aren't allowed to go out and scout anymore.
So you're getting cabin fever, eh?
I guess, kinda. Only the older ones get to go now.
I can't say that I disagree with that, but I understand. It does kind of suck being stuck here.
He sort of nods a bit, and despite the offer you gave earlier, he does still continue working because it's still better than doing nothing.
Mm.
Or like that's a bit Sammy's fault. No, not really. In you, everyone here would know this. There is a age limit as to who can leave the scraps walls. It's 16 and up. Sammy's pretty much at that limit. Technically, he was able to go when he was a bit younger, but that's more so the nature of how he was found. But when the Lost Boys came over, they were subject to that same rule as everyone else. So the younger ones can no longer go out and find supplies, even though they're used to doing that. So you're working on this plot. Is there anything else you would do, or would you be focusing on this most of the time?
I think once that, because it's not going to take very long to finish plotting those out. It's not a lot of labor if it's soft ground and they're just marking things out. So I think by the time they finish, Felix would just say his goodbyes and start heading to go see probably Claire to see if there's any materials for building like a trellis or the raised beds and what he needs to get or something, and ask like how to get that.
Okay. In which case, I'll say when you head over to that way. So, to get to town hall, like the sides that are open are on the food court side of it. So you're basically going into the courtyard. And I'll say at this point you would spot Sami at the same time that he's making his way to town hall.
Felix would probably just like quietly nod and just gesture for Sami to go ahead of him.
Can I give that a little polite nod back and walk in?
Okay.
And Felix would go behind him.
Okay. In which case, walking in, you see the, well, I mean, you're both used to the town hall, one obviously for much more than the other. This old train cart has been gutted of all of the passenger stuff, all of the old like seats and the occasional table and all that. Those have been taken out, and it's just now like proper chairs and tables. It's like an office space essentially. Towards the end of this one, so like for example, if you were to enter here, it would be and that part of it. You see Claire. She's she's on her desk, her usual tired self, drawing a couple of things on some maps.
Sammy, would you do anything immediately, or?
I'll be like, "Morning, Claire."
Felix would stay quiet and just stand behind Sammy, let Sammy do the talking. For what he wants.
In which case, Claire sort of looks up, blinks a few times, like sort of like blinking the sleep out, and
Sammy's just gonna give that the look of, yeah, I get it.
She can definitely see the bags under your eyes as well. But she doesn't comment on it. Like, you can see like where her eyes are going, but she opts to not say anything, and she just says, "What can I do for you two boys?"
Oh, excuse me. Just wondering if there's any work to be done. Kind of had a little late start.
And I'm looking for some supplies.
All right then. Let's see. Work. Work. One of the storage crates behind the kitchen is has been busted from the weather. That needs fixing up. Got a bunch of scouting run stuff. You don't have to worry about that. There's going to be people coming in soon for that.
Seems like he kind of has a little twitch at the mention of scouting run, like almost excitement, but then kind of chills back down.
There's been a couple of issues with our new arrivals, but I think I'll have Luna on that.
Felix kind of looks up at that, and he's just like, "Is that about me?" Or like, he doesn't say that out loud, but it's in his face.
Yeah, she does see that.
Like, am I a problem?
In trouble. In the most joking way you can.
She sort of notices, or like the look you gave, and then you see her own expression kind of almost matches, like as like realization hits in, and she's like, "Oh, present company excluded."
Felix does like a sigh of relief.
She sort of sighs a bit. In this case, more of a tired one. She looks between the two of you and goes, "Tell you what, I can tell you this. It's... what's it they call themselves? Lost Boys? They're still being a bit rowdy with the place. Got a couple of reports of stealing and stuff. I know Luna's working with Sarah to curb it, but I keep getting complaints, and it's getting harder to tell people to calm down and it'll be sorted and all of that."
Felix probably makes like a face at the mention of stealing, like, and he has like this distant look in his eyes, like he's having some memories, and he's just like, "Ew."
What's being stolen?
Just stuff belonging to others. Things like people's own belongings or bit of gear. To be honest, it seems like they're making a game of it, seeing if they can, rather than any real necessity.
Sounds like they're bored.
Probably. I mean, I've got them working around here, and I know you've been bringing them in as well, and it seems to be helping with the older ones, but unfortunately, it's the younger ones that kind of need it, and they're still not quite. To be honest with you, I think it's one in particular that's sort of spurring the rest on. Either you... She gives you a look, Sami. She was about to say if either of you, but then realizes at least one of you do. You know Ryan.
Yeah. Above table, could I get a quick refresher?
Ryan is, technically speaking, a member of the Lost Boys. However, he joined the Red Skulls, and he was the one with the rifle. So he's the one that you saved in the gun store, and Luna then sent him out to find the others, and they all, when they arrived at the scrap, he was with them. He did find them. And Claire continues, just say, I think he's been having the most trouble fitting in.
What do we do about that?
Well, look, I'm gonna level with you. I'm not good with kids. I can...
Felix kind of just snorts at that. Like a very involuntary. And then he just like covers his mouth like he's oops.
You handled me quite well.
It's not that I don't like kids. You two are fine. It's just I don't know how to... If it were up to me, I'd be quite harsh, I'm going to be honest, but I know that's not the best way to deal with that. I can't treat them like adults and all of that. So I'm pretty much at a loss here. It's kind of why I left it with Luna. But I'll find some proper work for you, Sami, but in the meantime, if you or either of you can maybe have a talk to Ryan, see what's up with him. I know Luna is also working on it. Maybe when she's back, you can discuss it with her as well. But well, I guess maybe they just need someone who isn't an adult talking to them.
Give it a go.
Felix just kind of nods and just looks like he has like ideas running through his mind, but he's not voicing any of them.
Oh, Sami has so many ideas running through his mind, and it's just a matter of which one is he going to impulse on first.
Oh no.
And amazing. Not even an hour in. There's sort of like a brief like pause, almost an awkward one, and then you sort of see like a light bulb go off on Clara's head. Clara? Sorry, wrong Haven. Claire's head. And she just says, right, you wanted materials, didn't you?
Yeah, that's kind of why I came here. So I don't know how we're gonna get these supplies for the gardens, but I do need some things. Specifically, mostly lumber and twine and nails. some things we can substitute for. I can use some metal for like the raised beds and whatnot, but I'm definitely gonna need some help at least dragging it all towards to the spots. And whatever we don't have, we're gonna probably have to find.
I see. Well, there's a few woods around here I could get some people to chop down some more lumber. To be honest, we should probably begin on top of that a bit more anyways.
Do people know how to find proper lumber?
Is it different to just chopping a tree down across the road?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll see if someone has an experience on it. If not, I'll ask if you can help them with it.
Noted.
As for the other stuff, was it nails and...
Mainly nails, twine. I would like to see if there's any fertilizer that can be found in scouting groups, but...
Okay. Well, I can let scouting groups know what to look for. There should be a few coming in not long
I can
to
make you a list
see.
if you want.
That would be greatly appreciated.
Felix probably look around like looking for like a pen and paper or something.
There's a few. There's some on the desk as well. She even like moves the notebook forward.
And then he writes down the list of like fertilizers that he needs and whatnot.
In the meantime, while you're doing that, she continues saying, I think I can probably wrangle Flynn for some nails, but depending on how much we have, that can also be a thing to add to a run. Hopefully we can find some of that quite close.
If we can find some certain materials, specifically some tools, I might be able to make some wood peg, like beds and whatnot, rather than using nails. But it'll be a lot more difficult and it'll take more time.
In which case, I'll say we'll look for the easiest options first, and if we can't do that, then we'll go for plan Bs.
Okay. And then he finishes the list and just slides back over.
Sorry, were you going to say something, Sammy?
Oh, I was going to say, if you do the peg one, it would be the cheaper option. Interlocking joinery. But
Felix probably like sway his head back and forth, like yes and no.
Theater kids tend to do that for building some sets.
Yeah,
but most of the time they would. Yeah, they would fall apart when too much weight would get put on them, though. Unfortunately. Big John, you were never the same after that performance.
Claire sort of looks through the list and goes, all right, I'll put these on the to-do list for the rest. But yeah, if you can help me out with the first part, and I'll look for some more odd jobs for you in the meantime.
Felix will turn to Sami and ask if he wants help with the job, considering he doesn't have anything much to do right now.
Maybe. I gotta go talk to Ryan. He's about... How old is he?
Recently 13.
Definitely not gonna be as good.
Didn't Claire say something about like a supply thing being behind the food court? being broken.
Yes. Yeah, one of the sort of like a storage crate has been broken.
Yeah. That's what Felix was referencing, rather than Ryan. He was immediately focused on.
Well, my plan was to get Ryan to fix this thing. As a,
Is
punishment.
Sammy like saying this to Felix? Is he just explaining?
No, Sammy's just in his head thinking, which is dangerous.
Oh dear. Felix would just kind of thank Claire, just kind of nod a little bit, and then grab like the sleeve of Sammy's jacket and just start pulling him out.
He sort of blinks a few times, partly lifts a hand almost away, but you're already out. Just so like, okay.
When they get out of the town hall, Felix like lightly flicks Sammy's forehead and goes, "What are you thinking?"
What? Jeez. 0 to 100. Just think about Ryan. What to do with him. It's partially my fault he's even here to begin with.
What do you mean by that?
And we encountered him outside the Haven, and well, due to events, we ended up bringing him back here.
Was it voluntary?
Pretty sure it was. Sammy like started to like look like, wait, was it?
I will say you might, now you think about it, you might, because while technically Luna did let him go and tell him to go back to the group he was originally part of, they were already going to the scrap, so regardless of whether he wanted to or not, he would now be following them back to the place of the people that he was originally fighting.
Felix probably raises an eyebrow and is like, "Is there some resentment going on? That might be a cause of why he's so him."
I don't think so, but I just don't want Luna to fully have to deal with Ryan. Luna can get the job done.
Felix makes like a grimace at Luna's name, just like.
Luna can handle stuff, but can handle stuff too well.
I think Luna scares Felix just a little bit. He doesn't talk to her much, but
I'm gonna start making my way towards the Lost Boys. Like, I'm gonna go see about just talking to Ryan, see what's up.
Okay. And
maybe try to get what he took back.
Okay. In which case, we will leave you two for a moment. Further out, a little bit past the scrap, on the outskirts of Cornelia, pretty much by the main road, a zombie is on the floor, dead at your feet, Luna. I would like you to tell me what happened.
Well, as it was stumbling towards Luna, she rather effortlessly swung her stop sign axe diagonally upwards through its chest, and more importantly, its neck, and severed its spine.
Yep. And as it is there on the floor, head not fully off, but basically to its shoulder in a way that isn't natural because of the spine. And a few twitches, but it is limp, except for the head itself, which is still active.
It's no longer a threat.
No longer a threat, no. Behind you, you hear a scoff, and you see Charlotte as she sort of puts her backpack back onto her shoulder, and sort of remarks saying, I was leaving that one for you.
Oh, of course.
There's just sort of a slight smirks there. Slight smirk there. And I'll say that you've noticed that she's a bit more sort of comfortable with you. Whether you like that or not is another thing, but when you first started doing runs with her, she sort of matched your silence, only sort of talking when you do. But now it seems like she's either doing small talk or like trying to sort of speak to you a bit more. But she sort of picks up a jerry can and walks up past you and just goes, so, how did you go? Anything good?
Not much yet, besides more dead. Not prevail with much difficulty.
Yeah. Sucks, but it is what it is. I think I've got a few things here. We should probably head back a bit. We're only supposed to do an early morning.
Yeah, that might be for the best. If we go too far, Claire's gonna have my ass again.
Is everything alright with that? Seems like she's kind of been doing that a lot with you recently. I mean, I know you got your whole new shtick and all, but you know.
New shtick?
I mean, come on, everyone knows you've been helping her out now, and you kind of, well, I'm not going to say second in command, that's obviously not true, but you know what I mean, like, you're in a position to do the stuff that she does if you have to.
Things are fine, it's just... I don't know if she's the biggest fan of me bringing back the Lost Boys. And given that they've been causing issues, that's just been making things difficult. Sarah is helping, thankfully, but there's only so much we can do.
Yeah, I've been hearing about them. One of my brothers have been hanging out with them. I don't know, they seem alright, but I do worry he might pick up some bad habits.
We've been through shit. Well, we all have. It's no excuse for them, and just as much of it is for anyone else. But I just wish they'd actually understand the dangers potentially in. At any moment, shit could go bad. And we need to all be on the same side.
Yeah, I get that. Well, best of luck to you. She sort of teasingly hits your, so like, gives you like a slap on the shoulder. I will say, this is very forced. It's been happening since, probably since the first campaign back in November. She's been a bit more friendly and talkative to the people around the scrap, but you can tell that she's pushing herself to do it. Before, she was always quiet and reserved, sort of didn't like doing group work.
You gonna explain the change on your side, since you were so eager to know about mine?
I guess it's just, like you said, gotta be on the same page as everyone.
Well, let me make a suggestion then. If you want to be more helpful, maybe start not leaving zombies for other people to deal with.
I was joking about that. I didn't never mind, that's worse. Whatever. There it is. There's the previous personality. She sort of continues walking past, and for a moment you then remember, hang on, wasn't there a third person here with you? And in that moment, George Lee, he sort of like gives you a pat on the back and just goes, don't mind her, she's just been weird. Heard that. Whatever. Keep your voice down. It's on the main road, it's not that big of a deal, but still.
That don't hear you doesn't mean people won't.
At this point, she's already further ahead, and George sort of sighs and, well, he firstly gets his hand off your back, but secondly, he says, it'll be fine. We're going to be on our way back now anyways, and don't worry about Lost Boys, whatever they're calling themselves. I'm sure if the moment is needed, they would do what they have to do anyway. They seem like a rowdy bunch, but I'm sure they know when to be serious.
I don't doubt it, but I don't appreciate them causing trouble when all we've done as a community is help them. I get there's tensions, but there's a level of agreeability I'd expect from them.
True. Around this point, you're sort of, while you're discussing this, you're still walking and you're past Cornelia, past Baldwin, you're sort of down the road, pretty much within what would be Alto now, but still on the main road. You spot further ahead as Charlotte sort of pauses for a moment as she stares at that upside down bus and then climbs up it and walks along that as well.
What the fuck are you doing?
She looks over and sort of shrugs and just goes, don't question it, it's tradition. But there's a slight glare that you get from that, but she doesn't comment anymore.
I'll just climb back as well.
and she continues out until she's at the end of it and then hops back down. But after that sort of thing, George does eventually continue. At this point, you can see the scrap in the distance, and he's just like, it's one thing to be given the help, but it's not always. Just because it's offered doesn't mean people feel better about things right off the bat. And besides, isn't it just like a couple of people? I know I've done a run with Luca, he seems fine. Maybe it's just the younger ones need a reminder of the rules of being a younger one.
Same rules apply to everyone at this point. Yes, some of the younger ones have to stay in the scrap because, well, it's a risk to not only them, but anyone who has to save them if they go out. But we all need to be on the same page, and anyone who isn't being on the same page, I'm starting to debate whether they're worth helping.
George sort of does like a whistle, and just like, ooh, cold. But I'm gonna be real with you, I don't think it's gonna come to that. But hey, who knows?
I don't think so. I don't think so either, but this place is one of the few that are left where there's actually a chance for people to survive. And as many threats that are outside, we don't need more inside. And if people start getting pissed off with their stuff being stolen or people causing problems, that's going to only make larger problems.
Yeah. Well. Suppose you still remember what it was like when we first started this place up. People were always at each other's throats.
Me and Claire especially.
Yeah. How did things end up the way they are now?
We realized we have more in common than we thought.
Okay, remind me not to get on Claire's bad side then, I guess.
She's a nicer one.
Okay. He continues walking as well, and at this point you're pretty much at the gates of the scrap. They see you, they recognize you. Someone's already coming down from one of the towers to open it up for the lot of you.
Just wait for it to be open and head inside then.
As everyone sort of splits off before George heads away to dump his stuff, he sort of shrugs, looks back to you and says, tell you what, I'll tell you something that Charlotte told me, which apparently Casper told her.
Reliable source then.
I don't know. I'll say in this case it kind of is. At the very least, it's something to think about. It's all well and good surviving, but it ain't worth much if you ain't living. There's more to things than pure survival, and I know it sounds stupid, but sometimes your ability to survive, I'd say it sort of goes hand in hand, and people have their issues and they need to deal with that before things can improve. It's all well and good going straight for the stick, but sometimes the carrot helps. And with that, he leaves.
just like kind of mumbles under her breath, like, I've never lived and I've turned out fine.
So, sorry. That just immediately made me think of all of the people who were saying, like, I was hit as a kid and I was fine.
Don't call me out, Karma.
But yeah, you're now in the scrap. You didn't find much of use. You don't have to go anywhere to like drop anything off or such, but it's up to you if you want to go straight to Claire for a report, or if not, I believe there's some stuff to do with Sarah as well that was mentioned to you prior.
She'd go and check in with Claire quickly and then head over to Sarah and the Lost Boys.
Okay. In which case, I also need to change stuff. There we go. Okay, going to Claire. Is there anything specific you want to ask or stuff like that?
There's like one thing. Just kind of walk in, just give Claire a general report, and be like, that bus, the upturned one on the way back here.
Yeah.
We need to stop having people climb and walk over it. That thing's been out there for fuck knows how long at this point. With the weather and just the ground how it is, that can't be stable.
I'll tell the others.
I've no problem with people having their traditions and stuff, but we're limited on medical supplies as is, and if that thing tips when someone's walking on it, or floor gives in, whatever, rusted metal.
To be honest, I didn't know that many people were doing it. I know Casper used to, but
Charlotte now as well.
I should have seen that coming. Oh. You know, if I talk to her, she'll know it was you that said.
Do you think I give a shit? I'd rather people be safe and like me.
Do you remember how well that turned out for me when we first started here?
Yes, but you kept people alive.
I did. And I had my wife to deal with the people side of things. And that is what made things not fall apart straight away. Because people didn't respond well to the way I was acting. I haven't gotten soft just because I'm a bit older now. I do this because I know people don't respond well to things. And yes, you're right. And I'm going to tell people to not do that because that is fucking stupid. But don't make the people here dislike you, because it's not going to work the way that you think it will. People aren't going to be safer just because they've been scolded And yeah, there's a certain level of it where it's needed, but you're going to have to rely on these people. Maybe not always when you're out and about doing stuff, but the day-to-day, getting this place to function, you need to make sure that people respect you. And not just the position you have.
I'm not exactly the likable kind of person.
I didn't notice. She gives you a tired but teasing sort of smile.
Maybe if you got more sleep, you would.
Eventually you'll learn. I just hope it's not going to be the hard way.
I'll try to be nicer, but if people don't listen, there's only so far I'm willing to go.
I'll speak to Charlotte. I'll tell her that it's not a good idea to do it. And I'll tell her that there are safer ways to keep Casper's memory alive. Is there anything else you need?
No. I'll go check on Sarah and the Lost Boys.
Okay.
I am sorry for making you think about her, though.
I'm always thinking about her. It's fine.
Just kind of nods and leaves.
Yeah. While this is happening, we go back to Sami and Felix.
Boy. Let the impulses flow.
No, it's not.
Sammy's just gonna be going towards wherever Ryan's spot is.
Felix probably following after, just like watching, like looking back and forth between Sammy's back and where the broken supply closet thing is, before following.
Yeah, that sort of moment's like, do I go straight to that? Do I follow? Okay, I'm gonna follow. Probably the
Sammy
smarter
knows
move.
Sammy knows what's coming for Ryan.
You
Matter of time.
Shit, above table. I'm actually nervous for the things that will be happening during this session.
Oh boy.
No.
Is it because of just you have two people who are kind of unhinged and one of them who just doesn't know how unhinged these two are?
Can't even play unhinged because Felix isn't.
Not quite, no. I'm just realizing stuff.
Oh man.
So you head up to the cabin for the Lost Boys, and it's a bigger one. It's basically two of them stacked together and with a cut open to join the two, and then stuff sort of put around so that the elements don't come in. They basically made it as big as they can. Yep, pretty much, yeah. So you can see that little, almost like a little tunnel. There's a bit of a project there, but it was needed because they've decided to put them all in one spot, and you both by this point, well, Sami knows, especially you would have learnt this, Felix, that it's done because they refused to be separate.
Understandable.
Yeah, I was gonna say, considering they spent about a year together and relied on each other, it makes sense. That's sort of been the main issue with them. They still try to act independently of the rest of the scrap because that is what they're used to. But over there, you see... At the moment, you see Luca.
Luca over at the Lost Boy Gang. Is it outside or inside?
He's outside, yeah. By the looks of it, he's sort of basically cleaning up. It kind of looks more like he's doing it as an excuse to do something. He can go on scout runs, but it looks like he just needs some physical activity.
Morning, Luca. Where's Ryan?
Ryan, leans in. Hey, Ryan, you in there? No response. Oh, but I'm not sure. I don't think I saw him go anywhere, but he might be trying to do some odd jobs.
Squints.
He's looking pretty tired, like on fumes, pretty much.
Go take a look, see if Ryan is asleep in there. I'm gonna try to get into the bus.
He doesn't stop you. The two of you are pretty good standing with the Lost Boys gang.
We'll see how well that goes after today.
Going in, it is mostly empty, except for Terry.
Yeah. Hey, Terry.
Hey, what's up? Do you need anything?
Just trying to find Ryan.
Oh, I think I saw him. I think he was going over towards the water tower.
Going over that way. Maybe you can help me. Some stuff has gone missing. If you know where it might be, just point me into the right direction so I could bring it back.
He looks awkwardly away in the sort of not wanting to rat out his friend kind of way.
I'm not interested in who took it. I just want to know where it is at.
It's the lockbox there. So points to what would basically be the backside of the second bus.
All right. Go to the lockbox. The locks.
The lockbox. The lockbox it's one of the bigger ones. Not quite a foot locker, but it is on the bigger side. But opening it up, you see, among a number of things, a digital watch, which obviously doesn't turn on. You see a wrench, which you definitely know came from, if I can remember the name properly, from Flint. You're probably
These guys are playing with fire.
You're going to want to make sure that goes back as quickly as possible. He barely likes the idea of you coming back here. And also a can of beer, unopened, of course. Doesn't look like it was part of a set or anything either, just a singular one. You're not too sure where that came from.
I definitely want to grab the things that for sure belong to someone.
Mm-hmm.
Do I take the beer?
I would say by the looks of it, everything here.
Oh, hold on.
Sorry.
One at a time.
I'll start first because I was going to say, I would say it'd be a good assumption to make that everything in this lockbox is stuff that's been taken, so nothing here is personal to anyone that's actually living here.
So put the stuff in my bag for now.
Sorry, Felix, what were you going to say?
Don't worry about it.
Oh, okay.
Tell him, like, I won't bring up the beer, and I'll just say I found this stuff on a crate.
Okay.
But it's going to be a good idea for you guys to probably not be lifting stuff like this.
I know. Tony already said this was a bad idea, but when he did, Ryan sort of had a go at him and stormed off.
Okay. I'll do my best to talk to Claire that, it wasn't your guys' idea, but at this point, I'm gonna flash the boogeyman card. Luna's probably gonna be getting involved. Which I don't want to happen. Luna has enough to deal with already.
It's... You can see, like, it's something he wants to say, but it's actually kind of... He seems like they're kind of scared about it.
What's up, Lucas?
This is Terry.
Oh, Terry, yeah. I still haven't had my coffee yet.
Not fair. Terry sort of looks down the floor. He can't really look you in the eyes and just says, Luna's kind of why Ryan and the others act up.
Oh, man.
I don't... Why can't Sarah just still be the one in charge of us? We don't need her to take over.
I guess the best way to describe it is this isn't Sarah's area. Which, yeah, sucks, I know. But
that's fine and all, but she's still the one that looks out for us. And then they had Luna join, and some of us think that they're trying to push Sarah out and have it just be her dealing with us.
Or Luna?
Luna.
I think that's what they're trying to do.
I think Felix would interject with, they're not trying to push her out so much as they're trying to maintain the order they already have. They're scared of change, as humans generally are. That's just how it goes. We're gonna have to work something out if you guys aren't going to be willing to work with their system. There's got to be some sort of compromise, which could happen. I don't know. I'm not a part of this.
I'll bring up the concerns with Claire. Anonymously, of course.
Thank you.
Right now we need to talk to Ryan, but also looks at the wrench and starts sweating.
Felix leans over and suggests, I'll take that back. I'm the one that'll be most likely to go back in there anyways.
Appreciate
He's
it.
he's already probably asked for tools in the past to work on stuff. So it'd be easier for him to sneak it back into the workshop.
Okay.
I'm gonna, if we're gonna part ways, I'm gonna beeline it to the water tower.
I don't think we're gonna part ways yet. I wasn't gonna take the wrench back immediately.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Are you still going to the water tower, or?
Yeah. I want to make sure Ryan's not doing any more lifting. I'm gonna have to clean up afterwards.
Okay. You head over in that direction, and it is around that point, pretty much around this mark, that you would stumble across Luna herself.
I love how Luna's been painted like a final boss or some shit.
Listen, how many times has Luna metaphorically and physically grabbed Sammy by the scruff of his neck?
I want a lawyer.
Felix just knows Luna's an authority figure and he doesn't like that.
See, I'm not focused on the boogeyman stories of Luna. I'm focused on what Sammy's dealt with Luna.
Like, I would say, like, out of everyone, you, Sami, probably a little bit more comfortable with her because you do have the history now.
Yeah, I'm the reason why some of those hairs are white.
But at the same time, it's kind of like, yeah. And at this point, yep, you see her, and Luna, you do also see those two as well.
Just sees Sami and just immediately part of her inside dies.
What?
Like, walking towards her like, oh no.
Hi, Luna, I say happily.
Hello, Sami.
Felix just gives a little wave.
How well does Luna know Felix?
She knows him around because she is part of the leadership, and he got dragged in from the other thing, so he has to deal with leadership a lot. So she'd know him peripherally, but not intimately.
What you would know about Felix then is that he's, technically speaking, officially part of Andrew's farm, but he's staying here for a while, quite a while actually, to help with the various sort of gardening and farming projects. It's sort of a thing that's been going on between the scrap and the farm. And in exchange, Emma Wilson is currently staying at the farm.
Fair enough. Just gonna look over Felix and be like, how's progress?
Slow but steady. Still need to get some more supplies. Gotta talk to Claire. They're gonna be looking for some stuff. You'll probably see it on your lists when you go out again.
Got it. Either of you seen Ryan or Sarah?
Felix probably like side eyes Sammy, like you get to decide whether or not we tell her.
I haven't seen Ryan. I had a talk with the Lost Boys who were at the cabin. Got kind of has my bag in my hand. Got what was taken.
Can I take a look?
Yeah.
So he takes a bag and looks through it, like sees the wrench, sees the watch, pauses, she sees the beer. Like, oh, gotta give him some respect though.
Sounds. From what I heard, sounds like most of them, if not all, don't wanna be doing this. Seems to be a majority. It's just Ryan.
Any idea why?
Starts kicking the dirt. Disagreement and leadership.
With Sarah?
Felix speaks up. They're not liking the fact that you're. It sounds like what they think is happening is that you're taking over for. What's her name? God damn it! Hold on.
Sarah.
Sarah.
Thank you, Sarah. So they're, especially Ryan, is not quite happy about that. They still want to be their own group and aren't really integrating very well. They just don't like the change in leadership.
There is no change in leadership. I've been doing everything with Sarah. We've been working together to integrate them. Yes, I've been told them off a few times. Do you know where I can find either of them? Ryan or Sarah?
Sarah was just with me earlier this morning, but I don't know where she went after that.
Alright, you said you have the Lost Boys trailer?
Mm-hmm.
Guessing Ryan wasn't there either?
No. Sammy's doing that thing like when you look at a dog and the dog knows it's in trouble, so it's kind of like just looking away slowly.
Lou's just like looking around, just seeing if she can spot Ryan.
Let's see where you. So if you're around here, looking around, you don't spot. I mean, you can see a couple of kids and such, but not the right one. I want you to roll scout for me.
Alright. Yeah, normal roll. Why did? Oh yeah, okay, fair.
Could I look around
Is that
for Ryan stealthily?
Oh yeah, you have a 0. Yeah. I mean, there's no such thing as a need to stealthily look. You'll just be looking over Luna's shoulder or something. But yeah, you can.
To where like if I'm looking around and I find Ryan, I don't want to make it known that I found Ryan.
That's fair. Yeah, go for it. 1 success. You do not see him. You do, however, notice that the door to Luna's cabin is slightly open.
Oh, in that case.
Gosh.
Oh no. It's out of my hands now. I'm gonna
Oh no.
just like Luna.
What?
And points to Luna's cabin.
Just turns to look. Takes for a second to see what he's pointing at. But it's like, oh, that little shit.
Sammy was like, Sammy was like gonna protect Ryan, but like, oh no, you crossed into a line. I did not help.
I ain't doing anything here, you're dead.
That's
like,
walking right into the meat grinder.
Yeah.
Like, oh, that little shit. And then, like, rushes over to Adrela.
Okay.
Kill him.
She's already out of earshot.
It is like the police officer in Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs.
Ryan Lockwood. Ryan Lockwood. We have a Flint here too.
You get to your cabin, look in. The bus is empty. No sign of another person in here.
Hopefully her belongings are still there.
I will say, every single thing that you have ever owned since the outbreak is here still, with one exception. A rifle that you had left to the side for a while now because it got jammed back when you were fighting in Blessworth High School, yes. And haven't really gone around to fixing it, and then you found the other rifle, and so you just sort of kept it to one side. It is no longer there. There's sort of a clear spot around, surrounded by dust, where it was once sitting.
Just looks at the spot for a second. Just trying to figure out what he would want with a broken rifle. I feel like I need you to find Sarah. I need to go see Claire.
Shoot. I'm gonna suggest to Felix to like split up and search real quick.
I think
Sam is gonna go to the guard tower.
Okay.
Like climb up and see what his autistic eyes can see.
Felix would very much stay on the ground.
Okay.
He'd probably just go over past the food court and probably like loop around over across the food court and then across the front.
Did Sammy at all catch what was missing or no?
But it didn't say. Intentionally not to make panic or anything.
Okay. Above.
But I feel like if you saw a kid carrying a rifle, I feel like that would stand out. Even if you didn't know what you're looking for.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I am looking for Ryan or Sarah.
Okay.
But I have it above.
I think I would probably
table.
Felix would probably be looking more for Sarah because he just like recognizes her more.
Okay. Sorry, Maple above table, what were you saying?
Like I have an idea that came to my head that Sammy would possibly think of if he knew that the rifle was gone.
Yeah, no, I'm afraid he wouldn't. And by the sounds of it, considering Luna went ahead first, you might not have even reached the cabin by the time she went to speak to you.
Yeah, okay. Get onto the guard tower.
Okay.
Activate autism mode.
Alright. In which case, before continuing with Luna going to Claire, I would like the two of you to do a scout check, Felix and Sami.
Could I use my monocular?
You can. That is a +1.
It's a +2. So.
Oh, let me change that because that's the default of your. That's the default for a binocular. And I forgot that I needed to change it.
Here, for now, I can add bonus dice and roll.
It's fine. I have now changed it.
Oh, okay. Scout. Monocular. Roll. Oh, wow. That is...
Less
Autism
dice than you, but I
mode
still got it.
is tricky.
That
I
sounds
got
right.
distracted.
Yeah.
I saw a butterfly. All right.
It's still somewhat winter, even though spring is on the horizon, it's still winter. But it's that point in time where some of the flies are starting to come out, but it's still too cold for them. They've sort of hatched too early, and they're now sort of like all dopey and such because it's the wrong temperature for them. So there's one that keeps flying around your face, and no matter how much you swat it, it sort of keeps flying back.
Pinche pendejo. Oh, sorry, the Espanol slipped out. Sammy says to no one.
Yeah. Damn it. Felix, you... Yeah, we'll stick with you. You spot Sarah, and she's also looking around for something.
Once Felix spots her, he'd probably like jog up and be like, "Hey, Luna's looking for you."
Mm-hmm. Ah, it's yeah. We were supposed to be doing some work.
It's about Ryan.
Perhaps she knows already.
Knows what?
She realizes she's messed up, and is just like, need a smoke. I was hoping to get this done before meeting with her, so that it would just be a conversation that we could have in our meeting. But okay, I have not seen Ryan in a little while now, and I'm a little bit concerned. I don't know where he is.
Yeah, we've been looking for him too.
All right, walk with me. Let's find someone. I don't know. I hope not. I've still got a few more places to search. If you want, you can join me for that.
I think Felix would just nod and tag along behind her.
In which case, we will go back to Luna.
Luna, like, not rushes, but walks into the town hall, like, quickly enough. Just try not to draw attention, but just trying to get to quite quickly. And go on.
I was going to say, as you do enter, there is a group of people there. It's just a couple of the regular scouts. So you've got Damien, Nicholas, and a couple of others. They're still sort of like being told where they're going and such. But fortunately, as it happens, you're sort of at the tail end of that, so they're pretty much out of your hair not too long after.
Just making sure there's no one around. Luna's just like, I was about to go check on Ryan, but I noticed the door to my trailer was open and my rifle's gone. I think he took it. It's jammed, but I don't know where he is.
She sort of puts her fingers into like a pyramid shape up to her face and says, I really wish we still had coffee. Buck, okay.
I told Felix and Sami to go find Sarah.
Right. All right. You with me? We're gonna go look as well. And she's instantly up on the thing. Yeah. Right. I know you've been spending time with Sarah. How much time with the rest of them have you spent?
A bit. Like, I've mainly helped keep them in check. I've spoken to a few of them when I was helping Sarah with stuff. Not much.
Okay. In your opinion, how likely is it that he would try to use this weapon on someone or himself?
I want to say unlikely. I don't know him that well, but from the time I saw him and some of the others, even back in their old place, they didn't seem like the type to kill for no reason. And as far as I know, they don't have a reason. They ran away from Red Skulls and chose to be independent. They didn't want to hurt anyone.
Okay. Let's hope you're right about that.
It's jammed anyway. It's unless he can fix that in what, I don't even know how long he's had it, but it was jammed pretty bad.
It's not the immediate thing I'm worried about. If it's trying to lash out at someone, then that's something we need to deal with. And if he's hoping to use it on himself, then that's something we need to deal with. We can't be having more people like Ben. I'm sure it'll be fine. Maybe it's just trying to steal more stuff. Maybe it's challenging himself. I don't know. And at this point, you're sort of out and about. You've left the town hall. Most of this conversation is sort of happening between you, not loud enough for others to hear.
Yeah.
I would like you to roll me a scout check. That's fine. You don't. Yeah, no, you don't. You still don't see anything. Although at this point, you're kind of still in the same area that you'd already been looking anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And then we'll leave for you for a moment, and we'll move back to. Felix and Sami, as Sarah is originally looking around this part, and Sarah and Felix, you still don't see any sign of him. And so Sarah's going to instantly take you towards the bus, the Lost Boys. And Sami, you can see this as well as you're looking around the place from your spot. So if you want, you can join them or not.
Yeah, sure. Slide down. Fireman pull. No. I'm going to climb the ladder.
Well, I would hope so. That is the only way of going down. But you can do that thing where you slide down the ladder.
I'm going to also be head on a swivel the entire way, looking for Ryan.
Okay.
Maybe I can give him his last rites before someone else finds him.
I would like you to do a scout check.
No monocular, because I don't think that would work well.
No monocular here. This place is a bit too crowded
Christ.
around. Damn. No sign of him.
I was debating on if I should push or not.
If you want. Wait, no, you can't scout.
Oh, wait, shit, never mind.
Oh, that's a shame as well, because you succeeded it, but no. I will remove that stress for you. I forgot that you can't push scout rolls.
I forgot to. I forgot to.
Oh, fair. For future reference, though, your stress number is down. It's underneath the notes button. you walk over towards where the Lost Boys are. Same with Sarah and Felix. You sort of meet up pretty much as they do.
Sami shows up like Led Zeppelin up above. Please show mercy upon the dumbass
God.
Ryan. Sami doesn't know what Ryan did, but knows that Ryan is in the shit.
Felix just mostly looks concerned.
He's okay. I'm not gonna say the word. He's gonna get his freaking ear chewed off by Claire and Luna after this.
At this point, Sarah sort of sighs and just goes, "This is going to be a mess." Hey, Luca, and you see that boy from before, so backs up, looks over. He looks like he was about to fall asleep. He mutters something in another language and says, "Yeah, what's up? No sign of Ryan? Not since these two asked." And she's like, and Sarah just lets out a groan. And it's around this time, the lot of you and Luna and Claire, you hear the sound of a rifle go off.
No.
And for Felix and Sami, you hear a sort of like a painful scream.
I take off after where this I hear the scream.
Running.
Just immediately bolt.
Well, Luna.
Yeah, everyone's running that direction.
Yeah.
You can see that. So Luna, you see Claire. Like, obviously, everyone's heard this, but as Claire's running past with you, she's like,
Sami pull out his Glock.
"You can if you wish." But yeah, Claire's sort of telling people, "Stay back, go about their business." And she's running towards the corner.
Felix has his axe out of his belt and in his hand, just in case.
Yeah. And kind of a similar thing for you two. Sarah's pretty much, even though these are separate areas, Sarah's pretty much in the same sort of line of thought as Claire. She's telling people to stay away, go back inside, stuff, or go about their day if they're out on the quote-unquote street. But eventually, the two of you converge around here, and at this point there isn't a scream, but you hear like a panicked, like pain-filled sobbing and crying from behind one of the cars.
Felix just like starts trying to get around it to see.
How close is Luna to the others at this point?
At this point, you sort of all converged.
Okay. Luna calls over to the two which moved. I'm like, wait. If he has a... Was it like a boy scream or like a girl scream?
A boy scream, yeah.
Okay. It's like, if he has a gun, or if he's turned, don't rush in.
I think Felix would be like step back at Luna's suggestion and just kind of listen.
Sami would still take a few steps forward, but a lot slower.
It looks over to Sarah. Go on.
If Sami tries to step forward, I think Felix would try and grab him.
Sarah, can you call out for him?
You can see a lot of concern on her face. And she looks over to you and sort of changes it to be a bit more stern. the sort that you remember when you first met her. And she's like, right. She steps forward first. And by the sounds of it, him or whoever it is behind the castle, sort of like in the nook of this and sort of out of sight. So she's kind of moving between the cars. And she's like, Ryan? Is that you? He doesn't reply. He's still like in sort of, it's like he's hyperventilating.
He's alive though.
Yes. And she just sort of pause for a moment. You realize she's seen him. She turns to you, Luna, and gives you a nod in the sense that it's safe to approach.
Luna goes to yell, but then kind of glance over at Claire and remembers what they spoke about.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, Ryan, I'm not. I just want to talk.
As you're saying that, and are you looking over to him?
I can't see him, I'm guessing, but general area, yes.
Sammy's getting a little jittery.
I think if Sammy starts looking like he's about to go over, Felix would grab his hand and just shake his head.
You don't get a reply. Luna, you're not entirely sure if he's even like heard or acknowledged what you said. He's still in sort of a panic. Sarah moves in sort of behind to get towards him and just looks back to you and says, medical.
Is anyone else nearby?
I mean, there's Sammy and Felix. I think Felix would start running for the clinic. Try and grab someone.
Okay.
I want to check. Yeah. Okay.
Hearing that, Sammy's gonna Dukes of Hazzard the car here.
Okay. Before I describe what you see, Luna, what were we going to say?
Luna's gonna move up. With Sarah.
Mm-hmm.
And just see kind of how bad it is.
Okay. In which case, yeah, both Luna and Sami, what you see is, well, the rifle's on the ground, now looking even worse for wear. The actual breech for it, the actual bolt action part of it is pretty much blown. Seems like there was another bullet that was still in there, which no one could have seen because of the jam with the casing.
Mm-hmm.
But that has gone off and it's broken. It's like actually broken it now. It's not just jammed. It is the mechanism is properly broken. With Ryan, though, he is staring at one of his hands, which is trembling. It is bloody, and some of his fingers are bent. As you also notice, his eye... No, it's not so much his eyes, more so the side of his face has a few like scratches and cuts, more of like a shrapnel thing. As you realize it had essentially misfired while he was trying to unjam it, and it basically blew up in front of him.
Luna just kind of like raises her hands, like kind of like in a kind of like, look, I'm not. I take a look.
I'm sorry. Sorry.
You don't apologize. You're fine. I just want to make sure you're okay.
Just wanted to get it back. Is he sort of showing you his hands, and it's from your experience looks worse than it is. He's bleeding quite badly, but it's not like a loss of blood. It's more in the sense of it's over his hand, and so it looks like it's a lot. As for the fingers, it doesn't look like there's any external damage. It doesn't look like they're not like hanging or anything like that. It's dislocations and probably something broken.
It's not as bad as it looks. Let me. How bad is it bleeding?
There's streaks of cuts along his palm and fingers. And it's continuously bleeding, and it's a hand. It's going to keep bleeding for quite a while.
Sounds of ripping behind you as I take my switchblade and just cut my pant leg off. To get you a strip of cloth.
He beat me to it. Just, approaches him slowly, just making sure he doesn't freak out or anything. And just kind of... Go on.
I will say he does sort of lean away from you a bit. You do realise he is scared.
She backs off and gives the scrap to Sarah. Apply pressure to his hand.
Sarah does take it, and she does sigh a bit as he's a little bit, he's still on edge, and obviously like that just happened, and so his inner panic is getting a bit of like an anxiety attack as well as the pain and all of that. But he's a bit more responsive to Sarah. He keeps trying to pull the hand away because ouch, but she's holding him firm, and you know what?
Oh.
1.
Yep. She's able to apply the bandage and such. That's pretty much all she can really do. She's not going to deal with the fingers. That's not anything she knows how to do. But she's doing her best to use that scrap to cover the actual wounds. And it's around this point that Bobby shows up with Felix. You were able to get him from the clinic.
Nice.
He looks over and is like, hell, kids. And he instantly flinches away again. And I will say, Luna, you do recognize this. It's basically the same way he was when you first spoke to him after the attack in the shooting range, where he legitimately thought that you lot were going to kill him.
Luna kind of just looks off to the side before backing out of the space, and just kind of pacing around outside. Just she's giving him space, kind of thing. She knows her presence is just making it worse.
It seems as though Clara. Oh my god, this is going to become difficult now. It's weird, like I'm not even pronouncing either of their names right. You notice that Claire must have had that same thought already. She's already a little ways away, but she sort of gestures you to come over towards her.
I make my way over.
Could Sammy pick up the rifle off the ground? Kind of go up to Luna. It's like, I'm gonna take this to Flint.
When you do, like the moment you pick it up, he, with his one good hand, Ryan instantly tries to lunge towards it to get it off you. But Sarah pushes him back and Bobby holds on to him.
Just gonna get it fixed. Kind of say to him. Does this rifle like have a magazine?
It is it is one of those you open the bolts and you load it in one by one.
One by one? Not like a clip-fed one?
No. No.
Sammy's worried about another thing being jammed in there could potentially pop off. But I'm just gonna get it away from him and tell Luna like I'm bring this to Flint's workshop. Quietly enough to where I hope that Ryan doesn't hear.
I would say there are ways away that you can say that without him noticing.
Luna, as she's kind of there with Claire, remembers something important. And she's gonna just look at Claire and be like, can you handle it here? I need to do something.
Yeah, of course. Is there anything you're gonna need?
No, I'll be fine. Just make sure he's okay. And can you tell Sarah to just tell her to come find me when she's done.
All right. You're in charge for this then. And she will stay there while I guess you go off.
Mm-hmm. I'm asking you what I'm gonna do now.
Okay. So you've gone off to do something. Sami, you're going over to Flint.
Yeah.
What will you be doing with Felix?
I think he'd know that he's not really useful in the situation, so he just follows along behind Sami, not knowing what else to do.
Okay. As sort of everyone that isn't needed is starting to dissipate from here, you do see that Sarah eventually helps him to his feet, with Bobby still sort of inspecting the wound stuff, and they're both walking him towards the clinic.
What a week it's been. What a year this week has been.
Not even been a week yet. A day.
Sammy just said like in general. We should probably get this thing checked. I don't know much about rifles, but I figured it's not good when they blow up in your hand like that.
Felix, knowing guns, snickers at that, but he just kind of yeah.
Just want to make sure it's not gonna happen again anytime soon. In my hand, as he's like gingerly holding this gun.
Can Felix take the gun? Like, Felix offers to take the gun because he knows gun safety and he knows how to just.
Sammy knows some gun safety. Only for small arms, though.
You know. Felix gives the, like, gimme, grabby hands.
Yeah. Like, Sammy's carrying it, like, pointed down towards the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah, hands it over.
He just sees that Sammy's uncomfortable and doesn't want to.
Yeah. It's, get to sofa and then I guess go fix that crate.
Felix says, in exchange, you get to hand over the wrench.
Oh, God. Deal. Off to Flint.
Yeah, we'll stick with you for a little moment. Over at Flint's, this is there.
Okay.
His workshop is essentially also where he lives, so he basically works his workshop outside of it. It's kind of like it's almost like a little blacksmith's hut outside of the building sort of thing, except more so for repairs than smithing. But
sparkly eyes.
Not same. Felix will be staring at it every time it passes by, just like, I want to do something in there.
Flint looks over at the two of you, and there's a slight moment of kids. But at the very least, he's known Sami for long enough now that he's no longer really bothered with it. And also, it's been about a year now. There's a lot more families that have joined since the first founding groups of it. So he's a bit more reserved on this, but it's sort of like, oh, hey kids, something you need?
Felix offers up the gun. This got misfired. It needs just handed over to be fixed, I guess.
And to keep it away from someone.
Oh, was this the thing that went bang earlier?
Yes, it is.
Oh, fuck me, this is a mess.
You should see the other guy.
I think Felix would like lightly smack Sami across the top of the head about that. Because he's definitely heard that so many times that he's just like, please stop.
He just looks over, gives you a quirk of brown, like, I don't even want to know.
Also, he's gonna go in his bag and pull out the wrench. Found this. Think it belongs to you. Places the wrench down.
He lowers the rifle on the sort of basically counter, essentially, and takes his wrench and goes, now, I didn't even realize this was gone. Where did you find this?
Felix covers Sammy's mouth and says, Claire would not want me to tell. So.
No, I was gonna say just like, on a crate. Somewhere when I was doing a run.
I'll count both of you. You start saying that, and Felix will panic covers.
Same time. Just don't worry about it.
Sami just side-eyeing Felix.
He just sort of gives a long-winded sigh and just like, this where things were a lot easier when there were less family. All right. Well, thank you for returning it to me. I guess I'll make sure to lock it somewhere. If you took it, ask first, please. I don't have many of these.
Yes, sir.
Felix looks at him. He's like, I always ask, right? Like, he's been there multiple times.
You have, which is why I'm concerned. It's fine. Look, rifle here. Yeah, no, I'm not going to be able to do something with this. At least not with what I've got on me.
Can you at least make it safe of some kind? At least for sentimental value?
I can try, but to be completely honest with you, it's just going to be a hunk of wood with no internals, no barrel, no nothing, if I were to do it the proper way. If you happen to have anything that could be used, spare bolt, spare barrel, anything like that, I would happily fix it up either properly or at least as an ornament, but
For now, could
Felix
you just...
asks, can you hold on to it until I have something?
Sure. I guess this can clutter up the rest of my place. It does sort of take it away with him.
Thank you.
When he goes away, I'm gonna just turn to Felix. I know when to lie when needed.
Felix just looks at Sami and then just walks off. Just goes
Let me
back.
speak when I need to.
Towards the food court.
Country boys.
City mouse, country mouse.
I'm a city rat, thank you very much.
Good point. Luna, then, we'll go back to you.
Once those two have walked away, she's gonna kind of slip out from around the side of one of the trailers and knock on Flint's door.
You just sort of hear... I mean, you can see as well, because it's they're buses. You can sort of see his head as he's walking across, but you can hear him just go, fucking hell, am I really popular today or what? And opens it up and is like, yeah, what? Oh, Luna, hi. Do you need something?
How fucked is that rifle?
Without the right components, it ain't gonna be usable anytime soon. It's not even safe to keep anywhere.
What do you need?
To be blunt with you, rifle parts. A new barrel, because the insides are going to be fucked. The bolt, probably part of a trigger mechanism. On the bright side, it's an old rifle. It's not the worst. Only needs a few moving parts, but the trick will be finding that somewhere out there. I don't have any spares on me, and I don't imagine anyone's going to be donating anytime soon.
Just sighs give me a sec. She heads back to her trailer and grabs her rifle.
Okay.
And then goes back to Felix.
I'll say around this time Sarah will actually go to your cabin as you pretty much before you leave.
Just Pritchard's grabbing her rifle, walks almost straight into Sarah. It's like, oh, hey.
Hey.
That rifle... I realized that I took it from Brian when we met him at the shooting range. And then I broke it.
I figured. I recognize it.
Well, tell me how much I fucked up.
You want the truth?
Lay it on me.
It wasn't his to begin with. It belonged to another boy. Max, his older brother.
Oh, I'm an asshole.
It's not something he talks about. Perhaps if he did, he wouldn't have gotten himself hurt like an idiot, but whatever. It's fine. It's fine. The last time I saw him before you sent him back to us, he left with one of Max's friends. They both joined the Red Skulls not long after Max died. That's the last time I saw either of them.
I need your help.
Lay it on me.
Just come with me. I'll explain when we're there. And just brings her back to Felix's trailer.
Yeah. You both reach over there, and Felix he's still outside. He's gonna work on some stuff. He knows that you were coming back, and he couldn't be asked to go back inside. So it's just like, next time I should have asked how long a moment was.
Real quick, everyone keeps saying Felix. No.
Am I?
Am I confused?
How many times have we said?
A lot.
Flint.
It's are you going to Flint?
Flint, yeah.
Flint,
like, yeah.
what is happening?
Flint, sorry. Yeah, Flint, sorry. Yeah, we're going back to Flint's trailer. And just kind of like holds out her rifle, like, will this work?
He does look at it for a moment, and he sighs and shakes his head. It's close, but besides the barrel, the rest would be a bit too awkward.
Is there anything you can do? Like, just even making it safe?
I can try, but like I said to that kid who gave this to me, it'll basically just be the wooden body. This ain't really much. Look. You're still going on scouting runs, right? You're not completely cooped up on Town Hall.
I just got back from one earlier today.
How much do you need this sorted?
Badly.
I remember a few months back, quite a few months back now. It hasn't been that long. Casper mentioned that he saw I suppose it was like, I don't know if it was either a hunting store or a surplus, like army surplus. He wasn't too sure and didn't get the chance to check during that run.
Where is it?
It's let me think. It was somewhere in Alto. Let me think. I got a map here somewhere. And He's sort of looking. This is not real. It's not like a proper roadmap, so there's no like, besides like written down names, that's pretty much the details. But so he's sort of winging it on information that he's got. And he says, I think it was over here. I'm not entirely sure myself. I haven't been there myself yet, but it's more into the middle of the town.
Okay. Can I borrow that map?
Yeah, I ain't gonna need it anytime soon. I've got most of my stuff here still. You take it.
Thank you. Just kind of goes to walk towards town hall and just like turns to Sarah. It's like, I need to sort this out. I fucked up. Go on.
No, you first.
Can you make sure Ryan's okay? Just until I get back.
Yeah, I'll stay with him.
I'm sorry.
Don't be. He was being a dumb kid as well.
I brought you all here because I wanted things to be better for you, and I feel like I've just fucked it up.
He walks up to you, both hands on your shoulders, and she says, you have made things better for us. Way more than I could have ever done for them. You found us when we were at our worst, and unfortunately you're dealing with our baggage. It couldn't be helped. They'll be fine. We'll be fine. It'll just take a moment. It'll take a bit, you know? And who knows, maybe this will help.
Right.
Sorry, I was gonna say, and she lets you go.
I should probably tell Claire we need to go to Alto. I'll talk to you later, okay?
Yeah, I mean, we've still got our meeting to do.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I'll see you then.
She gives as much of a smile as she can at this moment, but you know it's genuine at least, even if it is sort of having to be put on for a moment. But she nods and she makes her way straight back to the clinic.
Just kind of rushes to town hall, practically barges in. It just almost smacks the map down on the desk in front of Claire.
At this point, Claire barely sat down herself. Like you could see her. She was just like moving around the table to then sit down. She sees you storming across, about to say something, whap onto the table. That woke her up a bit.
Just points to the circle that Flint had drawn. It's just like, have any of us scouts raided a hunting store roughly around here?
No, not recently. I know if you went past it a couple of months ago, they reported it to me, but during the height of winter, the town got a few visitors, you know, undead. They moved down from Rill and sort of loitered around the center of town. We think they've mostly moved on again, but I haven't been allowing people to go that far into Alto itself, even though it's right on our doorstep.
What happened today was my fault, and I need to fix it. Glenn told me there's a hunting still there. I might be able to get parts to fix the rifle. Please let me go.
You know that's going to be dangerous, right? I said I think they've dispersed.
You told me to work on being more likable for people here, and I'm trying.
Okay.
This is the best way I can.
Alright. Just remember one thing. You're gonna fuck up a lot. I don't mean that you specifically, I just mean in this position, this role, you're going to make mistakes. I'm proud that you're working towards fixing this one. Just do your best to learn from it. And when you make another mistake, learn from that too. But make sure you're coming back to do that. You can't right a wrong if you're dead.
I know. And like, it's in a city, there's probably some alarms or something we can use to draw them elsewhere. Even a fire, whatever.
It's doable. Alto's on the smaller end compared to the others, but it's quite municipal. It's a largest town. And hey, you went all the way up to Blairsville, so this is smaller than that.
And when have you ever known me to die?
That doesn't make... You know what? I'll take it. Alright then. Get a few people and head out. It's pretty much on our doorstep, so you're not... It shouldn't take too much time as long as things go well, but make sure you're back before dark. Get back in the evening. Try to be back quite a bit before dark.
In and out. Would you allow me to bring Felix and Sami? I'd prefer to keep the people who know this tight-knit.
Felix, sure, he seems like a capable young man. I'm sure he'll do you well. Sami, if you think that'll be best, then go for it, but I'm sure you know he's been reluctant to go on runs ever since Blairsville.
Yep. I'll work it out, so I'll go speak to him.
If he does go, it might be good for him. It might get him back into it. And I know he's been doing well around here, but I think he probably needs more to do. I think he's gotten too used to what he used to be able to do for us.
Great. I'll go track him down, and we'll head out as soon as we both agree.
Alright. Be safe.
Same to you.
She nods.
And just immediately heads out to go find Felix and Sami, bring the map with her.
Okay. Where would Felix and Sami be at this point?
Fixing the crate.
Yeah, I was literally about to say that, like, after they dropped off the rifle, Felix probably would have gone for the storage crate.
Alright. In which case, I would like... Well, you've got two options. You can either... I'm assuming you're both working on this.
Sure.
Yeah.
In which case you have two options. You can either both roll tech, or you can choose one person to roll, and the other one I would like you to describe how you're helping, and that will be a +1 to the person that's doing the roll.
Sammy, how many points for tech do you have?
The highest I
have
can roll
5.
for that is 4.
I have 5, so because I have a
Sam,
toolbox.
I'll be helping
Okay.
by handing you the tools you need, and also singing, "Well, let me have a rule and a saw and a board, and I'll cut it."
Rescue toolbox, and then do I add a bonus dice or?
Yes. There should be a section to type. If there is, put +1 or just 1.
Got it.
The storage crate itself is mostly fine,
Hold
but
on.
it's damn. Oh. The storage crate itself is mostly fine, but it's the latch and lid that has broken, and basically if it's not fixed, it would risk, the next time there's rain, it would risk leaking in and basically destroying any sort of dry food.
Okay, so in this case, can I like say that like it got improved to like leakage wise? Because Felix would have definitely known how to like patch up leaky areas.
Absolutely.
That's
And
kind of
with a 3, I'd say you're making good progress on this. You definitely are able to patch it up so that it's not leaking. This would be a slightly bigger job, so you would have to come back to it or spend a day to fix the hinges and the part that's sort of like been pushed out a bit wider than it should be and such. But you can definitely make it so that it won't leak. So if the elements were to not be on your side sooner than you can fully close it up, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. But
hell yeah.
While you're working on that, and just as you've finished that part of it, Luna, you find them behind the kitchen. There's those two. It's the wrong one, but yes, those two things. So they're the storage crates.
Funny enough, that's pretty much exactly where Anna fled from, isn't
it? Yes.
Yeah.
Sammy's still singing the house building song for Red Dead Redemption 2.
Just places a hand
Felix
on.
is just trying to ignore it.
Just places a hand on Sammy's shoulder and grips it.
He really jumps up and like screams.
Felix just whips around like, what the fuck?
Hi, Sammy.
I'm like standing up like in like a judo stance, like, oh. Hi, Luna.
We have a job.
Felix goes back to what he was doing, thinking that there's nothing relevant to him.
You too, Felix.
Sorry, what?
Are we working on the farm now, finally?
Oh no, we're going to Alto.
I'm sorry, what?
I'm not a scout, though.
Clara proved
and
it.
I definitely am not one either.
Clara proved it.
Felix is just staring at Samuel like, what the fuck? What the hell am I supposed to do right now?
Sammy's like giving you the Clint Eastwood like squint now, like, who are you? The real Luna knows don't go out. But
Did you say my character or not?
Yeah.
The real Luna also knows you are traumatized after our last trip, and staying inside here won't help that.
Jesus Christ. Call me a slur next time. Jeez. Look.
Felix is like looking at Luna. He's like, what do I even have to do with any of this? I'm supposed to stay here. I have work here.
See it as extracurricular.
Luna, you said it yourself the last time I was out. I almost got myself and us killed many times.
So don't do it this time.
Not that simple.
We don't have any other option, do we?
Nope.
I've
Okay.
always
I'll
been
go get my
very
tent.
impulsive.
Then let's help out Brian on impulse.
Can I say no?
No. I can. You can't. You'll come in one way or another. You may as well just agree and make things easier.
What's the moon phase for tonight?
Well, it doesn't matter because we'll be back by the evening.
Just in case. What's the moon phase for tonight?
Do you think I know that shit?
Realistically, would anyone have been paying attention the night before?
No.
Felix
Sami.
would definitely. Felix definitely pays attention to the moon because you use that a lot for farming.
Sami operates on a lunar cycle.
Well, perfect, because Luna's right here.
It was a waning moon, so not quite full, but still.
Okay, so pretty good at least. But if it's
We'll be back by
overcast,
evening.
then that doesn't really
Yeah.
matter. So.
If it was the night
would
of
Felix be able to like borrow a flashlight from someone?
You could, yeah.
I think
If
Felix would probably try and ask around if he could borrow a flashlight then. He wouldn't tell Sami immediately, but
Sammy's gonna definitely pack his flashlight, but if it's the day like of a new moon, Sammy's like, absolutely not. I'm not going.
Can I just like
Trying
grab
to-
Sammy's head, turns it to look at her? You'll come in with me no matter what happens.
Felix is just staring at this go down like what is happening right now?
Fine, just this one time.
That's all I'm asking.
Get my gear. Sam's gonna make his way to his trailer and pack his bag and his flashlight.
Luna's just waiting by a front gate.
Mm.
Preparing to hunt them down if needs be.
Fair enough.
Oh god.
Felix.
Sammy's debating if he can make a break for it towards the back.
You would be seen by two guards, like either tower.
Sammy's gonna hide in this bus.
Felix, you can get a flashlight from Town Hall, essentially. So they have some sort of like spare gear that's sort of like basically loaned out to then be given back when they finish.
After. Yeah. How would I add that in?
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Would we get some meds?
There's
These
not
are all going to Ryan right now.
There's not a lot to go around at the moment. They've got enough, but like not enough to sort of hand out and such.
Yeah. That's fair.
Did I get some from Dan?
He has already been
That's
spoken
what
to
he
about
offers.
the offering of hard drugs. He got caught. And it's kind of been making himself a bit scarce recently, like not wanting to show himself and stuff. But
I want to ask, how's Micah and Dan doing? Like, where are they at?
You think I speak to you all outside of our jobs?
Felix just kind of narrows his eyes at that.
There.
You should know by now that if I'm talking to you, you should be running.
Well, you're talking to me now.
And why do you think I'm bringing you?
Starts running. Couple up steps. All right.
Grabs his ear.
I'm just trying to, get the blood flow going. All right. I gotta do my stretches and stuff.
As long as that blood flow stays internal.
Stretch left, stretch right. Okay.
I'll explain. Go
No,
on.
no, you first because that's the more important.
So I'll explain what we're doing on the way there.
Okay. The moment we get into the gate, Sammy is gonna freeze for a second.
I think when Sammy freezes, Felix kind of taps him on the shoulder and hands him the flashlight. He says, "Just in case."
He kind of pulls his out, shows his, grabs the one you gave him, and just starts doing the little glow stick.
Like the idol thing.
Yeah.
Felix just rolls his eyes and continues walking.
Yeah. Hand the thing back, hold on to it for now.
Just
have mine. Just give me a second.
When Sammy's doing the light thing, Luna just smacks him across the back of the head and was like, "Stop wasting battery."
Oh no, they weren't on. I was just doing the motion.
That's smacked him anyway. It's fine.
Stop wasting time.
Give me a second.
Felix didn't stow any of his gear. I think he has all of his stuff on a backpack bag on the back of his.
Oh shit! I wasn't.
I think in your case, you don't really have. You just have your starting stuff, so you're fine. It's more so.
Yeah.
I'll say Luna and Sammy. If you want, just mechanically speaking, you can unequip the things that you do not need with you. In which case, we will. Unless there's anything anyone wants to do before they leave the boundary of the wall and start walking towards the main road.
It seems like Felix and Sammy want to cry as a free action.
No, I'm going to
No, Felix doesn't cry.
I'm going to load the Glock with the subsonic rounds.
Okay.
I think that's actually all I have, because I have a magazine, but it doesn't say if I have rounds in it. Nope, I have 8 out of
All right. I'm going to be sneaky here.
Huh?
I don't know.
And change that to non, because it's the exact same number. So I can just change the name. There you go. You've changed your you swapped out the ammunition that was in one. So you have the the regular 9mm ammunition in your pocket somewhere, or in one of your pockets, but the magazine now has the 8 subsonic.
Yeah, I'm gonna be switching as we're walking and talking.
Okay. In which case, I will now move over to.
We're just gonna give a quick explanation on just being I know. Well, Flint's told me about a store here in Alto which sells hunting rifle parts, or potentially. If you can find the parts we need, or even just an intact rifle, we can use it to repair Ryan's one.
Yeah. That was the one he had before, right?
Just stays silent and just kind of avoids commenting. It's likely there's a large amount of dead in here, but they've probably moved on from when they were last reported. If they are here, I think it could be used. Sammy?
Sorry, there's a large amount of what now?
Dead.
Okay.
I'm thinking we use an alarm of some kind, or potentially a fire to distract them.
Sammy holds up the one Molotov he has.
That could work.
I love the Felix point of view. Just Sammy holds up arson materials casually.
At this point, he's been there for 2 months. He's probably not even shocked. He's just like, yeah, that checks out.
No. I should have. I start to say something, just stop immediately. Like, I'll follow you.
And kind of like just looks at Sami, just like, just kind of expecting him to speak.
He's not. He's clearly still in the mindset of scout ahead, but knows that would he probably get yelled at.
Like rolls her eyes and just keeps walking.
Head on a swivel, head on a swivel.
Just carrying her axe one-handed.
Is it the stop sign axe?
Yes.
Badass.
I think if Felix would be eyeing that, just be like, interesting. What was it?
It took so many sessions to get that.
It did. Well, you say that as if it wasn't a free parter that was supposed to be a one-shot. Anyway, okay, in which case, you walk past the usual spots. You see the overturned school bus, the now broken statue that's had too much gunk on it even before the outbreaks. You can't really see what it was supposed to be. And continuing forward, you head down one of the roads that will take you into Alto, and I will now move you there. I will say in advance, you do have tokens on the map. You don't have to move them if you don't want to, but it's more so there if you want to show me where you are or show me a place that you've gone to or something like that. It's there for a visual aid only. You don't have to use it if you don't want to.
Okay.
But
that makes sense.
Go here.
All right.
I'm just going to change something real quick. There we go. So you're heading down one of the roads that goes inwards. It does sort of fork, but you'll know that it goes down towards pretty much the same direction. The building that is here.
Well, okay.
Yeah.
It's pretty much the only one that's circled that doesn't have a writing on it because it was done by Flint in that moment. That's where the hunting store is supposedly at, based on his own recollection of what someone else said.
Could I monocular? I was like, could I monocular over the church?
I would say in order to do so, you would have to get to around this point. And I would have to ask if Sami will be ahead of the others or not.
God, he wants to be so badly.
Luna can probably tell what Sami's thinking, right, at this point?
Probably, yeah. You can sort of see you can see him basically going back. Like, it's not old habits because it's because it wasn't like a negative thing. It was basically how he operated. But you can sort of see, like, now he's out here, it pretty much all going back into like prior programming essentially.
Sami? I don't have a problem with you scouting, but you need to do it smart. Before going to the location where you want to scout from, scout it first.
I'm gonna pull out my handy dandy binocular and dramatically pose to look over here.
Yep, you can do that.
Oh my god.
He is very, very nervous being out here.
Can Luna have her rifle trained on the area? Just in case. Just like watch over Sami kind of thing.
You can. Are you purely watching him, or are you going to be looking like further out as well?
Around.
All right, I would like you to do a scout as well, and you can also add a +1.
Okay.
So we're both doing scout +1?
Yes.
I'm just trying to work out how to do this.
Monocular!
There you go.
Well, you have the +1 anyway from the monocular, but yeah.
Oh, nice.
All right. 1 success each. I mean, technically speaking, Sami hasn't actually moved because he's scouting the place ahead first anyway before moving. But so I'll apply your success afterwards.
Okay.
Sami, you see a couple of undead milling about, mostly sort of like around open areas here and sort of like around buildings. There might, and there's something that's sort of like gone up that way, but they're few and far between, and they're idle.
Yeah. Would it help if I tell you, like, I'm looking for a very specific thing?
Yes, of course, absolutely.
I want to know, see if this church has a bell tower.
You wouldn't. Okay, you can see that because that's going to be poking above the trees and such.
Yeah, but I want to see, is there like a bell in the tower?
This is oddly familiar to you.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is a church with a bell tower. It also looks like it had been burnt. Not fully. You just see like charring on the sides of the tower. You're not entirely sure what it's like past that though, because the building itself is now obscured by the trees and such from the position you're in. But in terms of like the gate leading up to this part, you don't spot any immediate danger. We.
Yeah, I want to. Now, is there any way to see if there's a group of boogans around the church?
Now I would like you to do another scout with Oh, Felix has gone with Sami. Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm flanking him.
No. Oh, I want to tell Felix to like stay behind.
Oh, if you want that, okay, sure.
Yeah.
I think he'd be anxious about that, but
yeah, no.
Welcome to my world.
Above table, I have the sneaky talent,
which means if needed, Sami gets a +2 to stealth when alone.
When I am alone, specifically.
So while there is that risk of him being further away from the people, he is also the most likely out of everyone to be able to dip when the need arises. But
Luna's just watching the area with a rifle.
yeah, and with that success, with that success, Luna, you see the same sort of thing that Sami saw. So you can see undead milling about. None of them seem to have noticed him as he's walking along. They're all far enough away that they wouldn't see him through eyesight alone. Especially with it being as bright as it is. It is a clear day. And at this point it's gearing more towards noon, so the sun is higher in the sky. So you're pretty confident that he can be that far ahead at least, and you're not spotting anything.
Okay.
I'm as comfortable as far as he's willing to go right now.
Okay. You can now do a scout for the Baptist church.
Yes. Roll tech is what I wanted to do.
Absolutely.
Totally.
Yes, totally.
No.
Nice.
One again.
It looks like there was a fire inside the church at some point. A part of the ceiling of the main building has collapsed, but the back part of it, which is where the tower is, looks fine. Most of the fire seems to be concentrated towards the middle and front. Or where it was anyway, where the fire used to be. So that's where the damage is mostly at.
Any movement from Boogans?
No, that area seems to be mostly empty. There are some along, like, around the roads and such. Those are close enough that they would see you if you're just, you know, casually walking down the roads. They will spot you. They're close enough for that. But there's some cars here and there and things you can move around. You can be sneaky, stealth up, things like that.
Stealth up. Stealth up. All right, I'm going to making my way back home and give the report to the Luna and the Felix. Like, church has a bell tower intact, fire damage, not too much movements.
Did you spot the weapon store or the hunting store?
Not from that area. We might need to go a bit further. Because would this be in my range?
Not from where you are. There's
Yeah.
a line of trees, there's buildings, and this, and Alto, at least as far as I can tell above table, is relatively flat.
I guess we need to move in.
Yeah. And with all these trees, I don't want you to lose sight of me.
I'm thinking we move down this way then.
Right.
Because if it's dead in front of a church, the tree line should block the line of sight from us if we go this way. Sami, when we get to about this point, I want you to scout and see if there's any dead ahead. You should be able to see the end of the road from there.
Okay. Can do.
And Sami,
Mhm.
we're not using the bell tower.
It didn't go well last time, did it?
Also, we're right next to the scrap. If we, that's going to be loud as hell, and it's going to draw a horde. If they decide to come in our direction, we'd be fucked.
Fair. Just letting you know what I see.
Just making sure. So, move up to here.
So nervous. All right.
And so what, you're going over this bit?
Yeah, I was thinking we could see the bottom of the road from there.
From this part, yes, I'd say so.
Okay.
Watch my back.
Yep.
And I
Just
guess
like-
I need to ponder the road.
Yes.
Pondering road.
Nice.
Nice. While you don't have the best view of the grocery store, as part of it is being obscured by the tree line just a bit, and some of the buildings that are in front because the road then curves, you're still decent amount. There are some zombies again milling about, sort of in the further parts of it, mixed into like gardens and such. They look like they're not going to be too much of a problem, but again, you're probably going to have to be a little bit on the sneakier side.
Okay.
Should I roll scout?
time.
Should I roll scout? Because I'm watching Sami.
You can, yes.
Okay.
It's like feel in the gardens. I'm gonna like reconnect my headphones. It got like very crackly for me.
Oh.
Be right back.
Looking down your scope, I'll say you do spot the things that Sami saw, at least in the sense of like the ones there. You don't see anything extra. And to be honest, a part of you can't help but keep your eye on Sami specifically, and it's sort of getting a bit in the way of that.
How you holding up, Felix?
Just here. I don't know why I'm here, but just hanging, I guess. He doesn't really know what else to say. He's just there.
All right. Not too many boogans down there. You might want to be on the quiet side when going down.
Oh no.
Did I see the? No, it's still probably obscured by these trees, huh?
Where were you? Where were you? You were over here. I will be polite and say with 2 successes, you do sort of spot the backside of the store, and so while you can't see like signs or anything like that, so you can't confirm if it is indeed the hunting store, based on your sort of like knowledge of the map, and these roads, and sort of remembering past experiences, getting back into this. You're pretty sure that is the building that was circled.
Report to Luna.
What?
I wanted to just ask, would Felix have ever been in this hunting store? Because considering he was a hunting kid.
I don't think you've been in this part of Georgia.
Okay.
I think you were mostly east. So
because I was just asking because when you're hunting, you travel a long ways. You take trips. So I wanted to ask if he had probably hit it.
From what I can think of, at least, probably not Alto. Alto's not really that sort of main of a thing. You'd probably gotten stuff from more so where you lived, because that would be easier, but also if you needed stuff in the moment, you're more likely to do that in the places that are like in the Appalachians and such, for when they do hunting seasons over there and other wooded areas. Here, I don't think they actually do that much. Maybe if you did varmin stuff or rodents like rabbits and such, but you'd probably do that more closer to where you were.
Rabbits are most popular, but yeah.
This is like the Dollar Tree of a hunting store. You wouldn't be caught dead in this one.
How open is this party, Agamba?
Pretty open. Honestly, American towns, they're very open. They are really, really wide open.
Any sense of dead
because we use cars to get everywhere.
Not where I'm at.
No, they're mostly concentrated down that. We're not on the road itself, but like loitering around the buildings either side of the roads. You see, like these buildings are sort of somewhat far out, so it's kind of like a path leading to each one that goes to, their driveway.
Because that's going to potentially suggest that we go cut through here. If there's no dead in the area, and then go to this road and down. It avoids taking one of the main roads.
Is this like a dirt road?
No, more like a single lane type road.
Ah, okay. Love them.
How many zombies do we see by here?
If you had to wager a guess, then some of them are moving about, so it's a little bit hard because you might be counting one twice, or you might be counting one as a single one when it was actually 2 that moved about.
Yeah.
But probably along the lines of in total around 10. So it's not a lot, and it is when you consider this spread out. But that can very easily become a lot around you if you're not careful.
Well, we've got 2 options. We can take the main road and try and sneak past the zombies, or we can go for the side path over here.
Maybe take the side path.
What do you think, Felix?
I think Felix would just kind of look at you and just shrug. He's not a scout. He's never really scouted before. The only thing he's done is run on his own before he ended up at the farm. He doesn't have much.
You hunted, right?
Yeah, but that's not in town. That's a little different.
We're hunting a
store. Certainly not trying to avoid things that are trying to eat you.
Yes.
You're trying to eat other things.
I was like, we need to hunt this store without getting seen. How would a hunter stalk their prey without getting seen? And I'm not pouring deer piss on me. That's right. I dropped the line.
I don't think that will stop the store seeing you, but
So, well, you always want to stay upwind, or sorry, downwind. Downwind. My God.
Are we up or downwind right now, Connor? Because that could be useful against the zombies.
Licks my fingers. Points up.
Alright, straight up, yeah.
Down.
No.
We're downwind? Okay.
I like how you say
So
licks fingers, not
we're
just
gonna want
what.
to stay downwind, and if there's any grass, stay on the grass. Don't go on to any like hard surfaces. They will make more noise, obviously.
So moving through here would be the best option then.
Okay.
Most likely, yes.
Okay, let's go that way on.
Alright. Let us know what we gotta roll, Karma.
So you can get it over to here.
Tell everybody.
I will need a stealth check though.
Okay.
Oh God.
Any bonus since we're on grass?
Please.
Not quite. I will say though, do not necessarily consider failing a stealth check as being visible.
Detected.
Yeah, like it's not like you fail a stealth check, suddenly everything in around there sees you, jazz music stops, and no, it's not like that. You haven't just walked into a saloon in a cowboy movie or something.
Okay, there we go.
Primarily because this is the group stealth. You know what? I'm gonna say 2 is very fortunate.
Sami knocked one of mine to a success. Does that count?
It does not. You know, 2 successes is quite nice. For a group, that's okay. That's basically half.
I'm blaming my lack of wins on the fact that I'm carrying a toolbox.
It's like equivalent to wearing like rubber ducks on your feet.
You're like a paladin in D&D trying to stealth. Clunk, 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 clunk.
You're just sort of like, yeah, you're just there with a toolbox. For probably at this point thinking, why did I bring this?
Genuinely, I was debating on whether or not I should bring it. I'm just like, fuck.
Might need to get into the store, so.
You will.
Yeah, that's why I was like, I'll bring it because.
One comma.
You can get to this part here.
Yeah, Sami does have his gun in his hand. Finger not on the trigger at all.
Felix definitely has his axe in his hand.
I would like a scout check for anyone looking down this road.
Sure.
Could I use binocular?
Yeah.
Okay. Could I look at the sun directly with my binocular?
That's kind of what ends up happening.
Oh no.
Damn it.
Damn, nobody got anything.
From like 13 dice, not 1 success.
Yeah, and that is actually statistically rare.
Yeah.
Oh
so I do a
God.
37 and $3/4 bill.
No. You see the hunting store. You can definitely tell that it is actually a hunting store. It's not an army surplus store, it's a hunting store. You don't see any undead milling about that particular area. You can see a couple here and there, but that's about it.
Go slow as blind spots. Where can we move up to?
At this point, you can go up to the store if you wish.
Okay. Carefully go into the store. Sami's gonna do something silly.
Oh no.
No. I want to
Don't
look
say that.
for if there's like a breaker box.
Do we want to cause a distraction before going in?
Well,
what I'm going to say is there is no power.
Okay.
It hasn't been for
Okay,
a long time. And you know what? Canvass the area. Do a scout check for me. This one won't be monocular.
All of us?
Okay.
Whoever's scouting ahead. So if it's just one person in them.
Yeah.
Okay. So I can
I'm
use
just
the rifles
doing.
again.
I'm just doing a little pass around quickly.
Okay.
I think Felix would be too focused on Sammy to look.
Luna's checking corners, like with her axe. So.
Okay.
I'm trying to be like wee woo.
I'll say Luna, you can do a scout check then.
Okay.
As for your success, Sammy, you saw that there is no sign of any. You don't see any zombies or anything like that, at least not in the immediate area.
How well did that turn out last time?
Sammy, you also didn't see any signs of zombies outside of the store. You saw some on the sort of main road and some on the rail track. But again, idle and sort of like not really paying attention to anything. They're like looking in different directions. You saw no sign of any backup generator or anything like that. So as far as you can tell, like with all of the other buildings in pretty much most of the world, there is no power.
Okay. The doors to this place, are they the sliding doors?
No, push-pull doors made of glass with metal frame and then big glass windows either side. It's sort of your typical kind of like town store, kind of.
Please don't tell me there's a bell. Please don't tell me there's a doorbell.
Most of my towns here have the sliding doors.
Ah, fair enough. I am thinking old-fashioned is why.
Yeah. Because I know if there's no power, you could slightly open doors and push them in, and it'll unlatch them.
Oh yeah, that's what I've had to do when I worked in a supermarket before.
Felix, with hunting stores, how similar are they to each other normally?
Oh, they can be incredibly different from each other because they're usually independently owned.
Do I happen to recognize this?
And some of them that I've been in are incredibly maze-like.
Great.
Yeah.
Maze?
I wish I could tell you otherwise, but that would be a lie.
Alright, well at least we know before we go in.
One thing I will say as well, because you're all within view of this, and Sammy especially as you sort of went around it, this is definitely on the smaller end of a store. It's kind of like either a single room type store, but like a bigger one, or maybe slightly larger than that. You do see that it is sort of like an L-shaped building, so but as far as you could tell, it didn't seem like there was much there. Like in terms of like, it's not like a big store really.
Usually the maze-like comes from the shelving.
Yeah.
Act like sardines.
This one, yeah.
Sometimes it's the building because it's usually older buildings, but yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. This is sort of like it's an older building one, and it has that sort of mom and pop kind of independent vibe to it. So this wasn't like a very big one. This was more of like one of those where it's like it's someone's hobby to make it their business to sell these things. That sort of one.
In that case, move up slowly.
In and out. In and out.
Okay, can I check, like, can Felix go up against the door and check that there's no bell above the door? Because usually mom and pop hunter shops will have that bell, and I'm worried about that.
I know exactly which one you mean as well. Yeah, put yourself there.
Alright.
And do a scout check for me.
Oh god. Fuck.
You
can't see it.
You can't see one.
Do we check for a shotgun with a rope tied to the trigger?
I mean, it's the glass door. So, if that were to happen, even with a like, honestly, that would be one hell of a scout failure. But
Yeah, I would say, like, if you fail a scout check like that, like, buddy, you earned that slug.
Oh, come on, dude.
But no,
No,
yeah,
not for
you
you.
do not see a bell.
Sammy had a close call with a shotgun in a door once.
Once?
I think. Can I open the door? Can I like do it slowly so that I can hear if there's gonna be any ringing?
You can try that.
Can we start to approach the Felix?
Yes, you can walk about behind him as he's doing this.
Head on a swivel, looking out, like gun drawn.
The bell is missing its chime.
You know, sometimes some of these doors, when you start opening them, they don't like open themselves, but like they have sort of a thing that makes them swing a bit wider.
Yeah.
That happens, and you hear a ding,
God damn it!
and instantly you hear a.
But instead of God damn it, Felix just goes fudge nuggets.
And you hear a as something shuffles behind one of the shelves. So Sammy, you didn't see this when you did your lap around because it was blocked by the shelving unit, and it walks into the main room, and you see a corpse of, say, a youngish man, probably late 20s, early 30s by the looks of it. A bit decayed, so it's a little bit hard to say, but not that badly decayed, so probably an unfortunate survivor. Shirts and such torn apart with chest and abdomen exposed.
Can I gently
what does
nudge?
limbs look like?
That was two questions thrown at me. Felix first, what you were saying?
Sorry. I was asking what his limbs look like. Like, what do his hands and arms look like?
Untouched, spare for some like bites and chunks of flesh removed from the arm, but otherwise they're still all movable and about as dexterous as a zombie can be.
Gonna gently push Felix to the side and aim my gun. Make sure his he has his spray can silencer.
He does.
And subsonic rounds.
And Felix ducks down.
I'm gonna try to aim for the zombie.
All right, go for it.
Remind me how to do this.
Click the you click the icon this time instead of the word. Nice. You fire off a shot. It's still like, I'm not gonna say loud, but like it's still a bang to you, right up there. But it's a quieter bang, more like a hammer strike. And it doesn't like echo out as loud. And the zombie drops like a sack of potatoes, just straight downwards, black sort of splattered out across the floor and the counter further away when it was shot.
I'm gonna listen.
Looking around the street, do any of the zombies seem to be looking at us now?
Do a scout check for me, and same for you, Sammy.
Come on!
Thank goodness.
Well, that's for what I'm trying to see.
Yeah.
I don't help cat.
Yeah, Luna, you the ones you do see don't seem to react to anything. You can't be entirely sure if there are others that you can't see, but that's also a thought that you always have anyway, though. As for you, Sammy, you don't hear any more activity. You don't hear any more groaning or anything like that. You can be confident that there isn't anything else in this shop because zombies are only silent when they're not active, so that should have been enough to have alerted anything else in this store. So you can be somewhat confident there aren't any zombies. I would, however, like Sami and Felix, I would like you to take a point of stress.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
Technically speaking, I should have had you take that point of stress before you fired the gun. That's sort of the rule for when a zombie knows you're there. But, oh well.
Yeah.
When it knows you, I was like, oh, hey, buddy.
Yeah.
Oh, hi, Mark.
Sammy's gonna take the switchblade and just kind of confirm the kill for the zombie.
All right, yeah. Yeah.
Forehead or just in the eye socket.
Yeah, you do that. There's a slight like flinch, just stray nerves, but otherwise, no. It looks like it was dead first time, but that's a good.
Okay.
Move and shut the door behind us. Confirm if there's another exit.
And while Luna's checking for another exit, I'm taking the clapper out of the bell.
Okay. We'll get to you, Felix, last. What did you say you were doing, Sami?
Oh, I didn't say anything.
You didn't say anything. Okay, I thought all three of you said something. Luna, what you were looking around?
Yeah, just see if there's a back exit.
There does seem to be one, like one of those metal fire exit type doors. Not a proper one with like the bar handle or anything like that. It's just a side door, but it's like that typical sort of metal American door that's sort of like around the back of shops and bars and clubs and that.
Okay. Once she'd confirmed there's another way out, she'd start looking for what we need.
Okay. In which case, Sami, are you doing anything?
Looking around for anything useful, staying in the light and out of the small corridors.
Yeah, some of the shelves, the aisles are quite slim, especially the ones that have well, at this point, tatters of clothing, and they kind of like push out a bit, so it makes it even thinner, so you avoid those. But okay, I'd like Luna and Sami to make a survival check.
Aha, I'm slightly better at that. Come on!
I will allow you both to push this if you wish. As long as you tell me what you're doing.
I'm just trying to think how you would push a search when it's open shelves. Like, is there like a back room or anything?
It's not so much that, it's more so things like being frantic or double checking things, stuff like that.
Yeah, okay, double checking then.
I'm gonna grit my teeth and go through these spots that I'm like, I kind of don't want to be here, but I need something.
Okay, yeah, you can both pull.
Oh, nice. Oh shit.
Well,
we'll get back to that in a moment.
Of course, it's Sami.
Felix, do a tech roll to try and remove the thing. I forgot what it was called.
Clapper.
But there we go. Yeah.
Oh.
Oh.
And that is why you were last, because I thought that might have happened. Okay, so starting with Luna.
Hi.
Looking around, you're getting a bit tired of this. This is getting a bit. You head around to the back of the counter, so where the person selling stuff would have been, and you realise, based on the hooks on the wall, hang on, they had guns up here at one point. And so searching that part of it, you find rifle parts. And these seem to be quite standard for hunting rifles, and some of them are specifically repair parts. So these are ones that are agnostic to the types of rifles being made. These are the sort of like the ones you buy to repair if you don't want to go straight to the manufacturers, because sometimes that can be really expensive. You can't do this for loads of things, but it's good for like trigger mechanisms and stuff like that. And you have the stuff. You've got what you came for.
Just it's like a bag or something.
You can put it in your backpack. Yeah, you got a backpack.
Okay.
You've got that green one.
Just put as much as she can in terms of her parts, because even if it's more than she needs, it still spares for future.
Okay, yeah. I will add that then. I'll put that as no. Actually, seeing as you're putting in as much as you can, that is going to be something with weight.
Without it being over encumbered, of course. But yeah.
Yeah.
It's always good to have spare weapon parts. So.
I'll put that as a half weight.
Okay.
Because there's like one barrel, and then the rest are the smaller parts, bolts, and things like that. So the half that sort of makes up the half part of it. And then, as you find it, you look up to the rest to sort of like show them, I guess.
What do these two dumbasses do?
And then a couple of things happen in this moment. Felix?
I hate it when you say that.
Yeah. Well, there's only been a few times where I've done it in milliseconds. That's only happened once, so those are my worst. Yeah. But a couple of things happen. Firstly, Felix, you're working on the clapper of the bell. You do take it off. Well, you thought you did. And the whole bell comes with it. And you didn't think that was going to happen. And so there was a moment you didn't like hold it as fully. You're only really holding the clapper to keep it still. So when the whole thing drops, it slips out of your fingers, hits the ground with a clatter and a bell sound. Sami.
Yeah.
You are really anxious. You don't want to be in this part. It is cramped, and it's reaching that moment where it feels like it's shrinking against you. And in that moment, the world sort of tunnel visions around you, like you can't hear anything. You're completely focused on this and you still can't find anything. And then there's a crash and a clatter and a ring, and it makes you jump. And as you do, and you sort of get up essentially from where you were, it knocks a rack that was to the side of the aisle that had things like hunting magazines, a couple of things like sunglasses, stuff like that. And that tips over and clatters even louder.
Oh no. Fuck. Sami says kind of loudly.
Just like looks at the two of them. Back door now.
Going for the back door.
Felix immediately bolts forward, grabbing Sami and like hauling him
Sami.
up. If he was any further down.
Sami, use your Molotov front for store.
Okay. Right now?
It will draw our attention.
Yes, now.
Yep. Throw towards the front of the store.
Do a roll. Well, it's less of a whether you can or not because you're throwing it at a inanimate, but it's more so effectiveness. Oh.
23 damage.
You are stressed as fuck. And you... Why is it 20? Oh, okay. There's a weird... It's not actually 23 damage. There's a sort of...
It's 6 damage.
You throw this basically as hard as you can, and it shatters against the metal frame of the door and instantly sort of spreads around, and it lights up. You can all see, or at least anyone who's looking in that direction as it ignites, you can already see that there were zombies making their way towards you. The ones that you saw, Luna, on the roads and train tracks that were idle, they are now walking over to. The only reason you cannot hear groans is because they're still a little bit too far.
The fire should distract him at the back door.
Going out the back door.
Okay. I would say you can make it over to this bit.
Where at?
So.
Where they are.
There we go. Oh. Oh no.
B?
Why did Luna roll that?
Why did Luna roll that? Oh, I've got your token selected, that's why.
Oh.
But
your character's
I know what that roll means, so I'm afraid now.
a 6.
Yeah.
While I will never tell you beforehand which direction the numbers need to go in order for it to be good or bad with a luck roll, because of the fact that I can't hide it, I'm going to tell you in this moment, a 6. That's pretty good.
Oh, for fuck.
There, you see zombies that are coming out from buildings and such, but they did not see you run out first, so they're still going towards the back of this room from these buildings instead of going towards you. You had already gone past them. I'll give you two options.
Start like going because there's gunpowder.
That is a possible risk.
It's fine.
Isn't that you weren't there long enough to tell if there was any ammunition or any gunpowder or anything like that? So I will give you guys two options. You can either stealth to try and continue going, at a pace, but also trying to keep quiet in case others come around, or you can fully book it, and that will be a mobility check.
Just
I'm
to
gonna
check,
look at Luna for this.
This is the front of the building with the glasses, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so if it does explode, it will explode that way.
Yes.
Okay, so we're not at risk from being hit by shrapnel. Well, we are.
No.
We're always at risk.
Yeah, but homing shrapnel just
homing shrapnel. But yes, those are your options, either stealth or mobility. This doesn't have to be a group decision. You can make your choices.
I am oh, go on.
I am better at mobility.
Same.
I'm also better at mobility.
All right, booking it.
All right, let's say you're all booking it. All right.
Fuck.
Oh fuck.
Oh.
Okay.
I have a success, but I messed up. What the heck?
Oh.
There's nothing on us right now, so we're not gonna push mine yet.
Don't
Guys.
these successes and the mess-ups cancel each other out?
They do not.
Not exactly.
Mess-ups are independent of whether you succeed or fail. So you could succeed, but something bad happens. You could fail and something bad happens. It basically, a mess-up is something bad regardless of whether your intent succeeded or not. So
Blinks cutely at you. Am I going in the jar of nails?
I do kind of want to be mean about it, though. You know what?
It would be fair.
Your successes are not your own. The two of you run. You're a bit faster than Luna at the moment, so you're ahead. And Luna, you're still keeping up. So, I mean, a fail doesn't mean you're just sort of stuck in place. You're still going. You're just not full sprint. So you're lagging behind a bit. But in that moment, you see as a zombie jumps out, essentially, practically, that sudden sort of burst of movement that they have sometimes. In that moment, past a broken, hollowed out van, so none of you could see it, jumps out, grabs onto Felix and pushes him into a way that basically has him fall onto Sami, and both of them are on the floor with the zombie trying to clamber on top of both of them. So basically, Sami, you're underneath Felix, and this zombie is basically trying to grab and try to bite at Felix. In this moment, I need to know what people are doing.
I'm gonna immediately use my axe to try and like push it away, or like at least hit it in the head. So close combat.
Meanwhile, okay, you know what? We'll go with that. Go for your axe.
How do I use? Oh, there we go. Oh, I have one success.
Nice. It's awkward because you're on top of another boy, and this thing is really close to you, but you are able to basically hold it by the neck and keep it up, and like you've got that sort of like to like one side of its neck, and you swing the axe around to hit it on the opposite side of the head. It goes straight in. Some black blood splatters out onto your face and Sami under you. And it and it shudders. It basically convulses for a moment and goes limp, and it is now just a weight on top of you. This is unfortunately a rather a somewhat large man, quite tall, probably about as tall as you, if not taller, Felix, and also a bit more on the overweight side, but an old zombie in the sense that it had been there for a while, so it somewhat cancels out, but it is a weight on top of you.
I mean, Felix has dealt with heavy cattle before, so it can't be that bad.
Get off me!
You
do I need to use force to get it off of me?
You can use force. If I don't know if Luna's going to help. If you can, if you wish.
I can help push it off.
You could do force +1 then, Felix.
I was just waiting to see what's going to happen before I intervened.
Fair enough.
Get off me!
Nice.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. This is lighter than cattle, even though it's sort of like it drops on you, and even though it was like right above you anyway, the fact that it dropped on you sort of winded you a little bit, but you grab it, push it off. You still got that thick ooze on your face. But
yeah, I'm leaning over and I'm spitting. I'm trying to like get it all out as much as I can if I like had any in my mouth.
Fortunately, you did not. It is mostly just on your cheek and like forehead and that. Same with Sami.
Oh.
Okay.
Luna will help them both up. I'm just like, you two okay?
Yeah.
Felix just gives a thumbs up.
In and out, right?
In and out.
At this point, you see zombies are paying attention to you now. They're still far enough away, but they are now moving towards this road.
So,
And let's
do we
book
keep
it
booking
again.
it, or?
At this point, I'll be nice. I can say you can keep booking it. You will outpace them regardless.
Okay.
Whee! You do not need to. I can just move Matt. Okay.
I just wanted to see him go.
Yeah, it's fun. There goes my
It's funny
hero.
watching the tokens
Watch him
move.
as he goes. Yeah, it's funny. Okay. Yep. You run back off until you reach the main road between Alto and the scrap, and
The endless forest.
and yeah. You've got you've got some walk, but it's not that far. It's, it's like a 30-minute sort of walk from the border of Alto to, well, not 45 to an hour to go straight from Alto to the scrap.
What time of day is it?
At this point, it will be coming towards 1 or 2.
Oh, okay, so we went very long.
No, it's close by,
Yeah.
and you basically went straight to objective and didn't mill about, and then didn't get the chance to.
Yeah.
I want to go to Hoodie Meet next.
Oh, so you want to come out again now?
I'm saying
Felix
this
is just
out.
staring,
I'm saying
just
this
like,
out of character
"Ugh."
as Maple. I want to know what a place called Hoodie Meat means. Anyway.
But yeah.
Felix looks like he's regretting ever coming out.
Yeah.
I was figured too.
Wait! It's a real fucking place.
Yes.
Okay. Anyway.
You can also you can use any sort of clothing you have on you to wipe off the zombie blood or whatever the fuck that is. No one's ever
Alright,
really known what that
Felix's
stuff
shirt's
is.
coming off.
Zombie goop.
For clarification, do you mean the plaid shirt, the flannel, or the shirt you're wearing?
It would probably be the flannel.
Okay.
We're not going naked in the winter thing.
There's still a few. You're not completely free of zombies yet. But you take that off and you can use that.
He yanked his flannel off, wiped his face, and like handed over a clean side to Sammy.
Wiping off too. Hate it when that happens.
Luna's just chill.
Yeah. So if you're ever killing zombies, you always just keep your mouth closed.
Felix
I
doesn't
wish
say
you keep your-
anything to that. He's just moving ahead. He's not looking at either of them.
Yeah.
I wish you keep your mouth closed more often in general, but you know.
Damn.
Just kind of smokes a little bit of that one, but
Dang. Who's shit in your cereal this morning?
oh god, I haven't had cereal in a long time.
Oh, I want Frosted Flakes now.
I want to say children, the lot of you, but one of you is actually an adult.
Luna, do old people still eat cereal back in the before time?
What are you saying?
That you're old? Older than I am?
I'm sure Claire would love to hear you that you call her old. Because if I'm old, that means a fair few people in the scrap are, and I'm sure they'd all love to hear about that.
Claire already has heard me called her old. 1,000-yard stare.
Maybe I should tell everyone else then.
No. It was a slip of the tongue.
That's what I thought.
Do adults eat cereal still? The only a kid thing.
They did back before, and I imagine they still do now, but I don't really track what people are eating.
Okay.
At this point, you reach. At this point, you reach the overturned school bus, and you know.
As they say, is tempted to walk on it. Tempted.
Felix just holds Sammy's sleeve, like, nope.
You don't know what he's
We're
doing.
not doing this. We're not doing anything more today.
I like to imagine, like, you just sort of look up at it, and everyone just around you knows what it means when you look at stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, one thing about the that overturned school bus, and one of the reasons I mention it so much is, regardless of anything that happens, you know when you reach that point that you're. I mean, I'm reluctant to say safe because you are still outside of the scraps grounds, but it's at that point where there's so many people coming back and forth, so many scouts and so many patrols and guards and stuff that it's rare to see the zombies lurking about here.
Yeah, old people, but better enemies.
Well, yeah, I mean, a person is more likely to try and hide, though, if they know that there's a haven here. But zombies are, for the most part, still sort of the primary threat. Like, obviously, the idea of there being people around is scary, but the zombies are the ones that you're almost always going to see.
Yeah.
But after a while, you spot the gates of the the scrap, and they of course see you and open it up for you to enter.
Just goes straight to Flint.
The exhale there.
Sammy's gonna go to the food court.
Okay.
Felix is going back to his bus.
To his what?
Felix is going back to his bus.
Oh, his bus. Okay. All right, we'll start with you, Luna.
Just kind of rock up to Flint, bang on the door.
Ah, yeah. Did I forget to mention it was my day off today? Door opens. Did you go out already?
You know I work fast.
Alright, well. Show me what you got.
Just like pulls off a backpack and just like lifts the flap on it.
There's that sort of moment where it's like Pulp Fiction, you're opening up, it's all glow. He sort of he sort of looks at it and goes, shit. Not gonna lie, I didn't actually expect there to be anything there, but damn, okay.
There's not anymore.
Was that all there was?
Oh no, we burnt the place down.
You know, there ain't much use of nickels anymore, but if I had one for every time you've come back from a run and I heard there's some place that got burnt, I would have two now.
Look,
Not doing.
Dumb and Dumber made a bunch of noise. The dead started coming, and I told Sami to Molotov the front of the building to distract them. It worked.
Yeah, I ain't gonna judge. This is gonna be this is more than enough. Actually, would you be all right if I keep the spares?
Depends how quickly you can get the rifle fixed.
The slowest part will be making sure I can get the old parts out and clear it from any potential misfire, but once that's done, the rest will be very quick, especially with a weapon like this.
How long do you estimate?
Fuck, I want those parts. You know what? I think I'll have it done by the evening, if I work on this entirely.
Deal.
Alright. You get to apologize for anyone who's had their stuff put down low priority.
This is top priority right now.
Damn, whose rifle was this? As he sort of walks back in and closes the door.
Just goes to report to Claire.
Okay. We'll move from you for now, and Sami.
Real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Did Sami start the fire in session in the campaign one also?
Yes.
Oh man, that's 2 counts now. He's legally an arsonist.
Yep, both times under Luna's orders, you have Molotoved a building.
Yeah. He's like at the food court sitting down. He's like, bartender, go for the strongest drink you have. Get some water on the rocks in a dirty glass or whatever they say.
I mean, obviously there's like no one around and you're just sort of sitting on one of the random benches. You're getting a sort of like a stare from Kayla, who was basically walking past you at the time and just sort of stopped because she thought you were talking to her and just kind of giving you a awkward stare, shakes her head and just keeps walking.
It's been a long day.
But eventually, You notice someone sits next to you. It actually kind of makes the bench itself sort of wobble a little bit, so slightly taller person, adult, and it is Tobias.
Oh, hey, chef.
I like this is the second time I've asked today, but you doing good, kid?
I had a mission outside the Haven today. End up with Felix and a zombie on top of me.
Okay, that's... You both okay? You seem fine. Is Felix all right?
Yeah, we got the bugger before it got us. Just stressful, you know?
Yeah, I know.
Especially a couple of mistakes snowballed into a potentially bad issue.
Those things happen, especially these days. You can't account for everything.
Makes me remember why I stopped going out there. Especially when the mistakes are your fault. Knocked a bunch of shelves over and made so much noise.
Yeah. Well, like I said, can't be helped. Every one of us has done something like that at some point when we've been out.
Yeah. And I can go for a drink. Hey, Tobias, do you have any leans in? Got any fruit juice back there? Just a little sip, man. That's all I need.
You are something else, kid. You still... You see, like, there was a slight, like, raise of an eyebrow at first when you leaned in. He was definitely thinking you were going to ask for some booze, and there was that slight moment of, do I not? I mean, I know technically you shouldn't, but he is. It is the apocalypse. He's going to care. And then you say that, and it's like,
yeah. Sammy's not a drink, but he's like, he likes his sugar. It's like, come on, man. Apple juice, pineapple. Hell, I'll even take lime juice at this point.
You know what? Hold that thought. And he gets up and he does go back over to the kitchen. And a little while later, comes back and there is a small carton with the straw to the side of it with apple juice.
Oh, hell yeah.
Fortunately, it's one of those that lasts a while, and you're probably best not to think too much about why it lasts so long. But
oh no, I know why. I don't care. This is America.
This is America. He hands it to you, and he just says, "Normally, I save this for the young'uns, the really young'uns. But you look like you could use it."
Just ate it. You have anything to help with sleep? I'm just like venting to a bartender at this point.
He's not even a bartender, he's just looking for a cook.
I know, but that's like kind of like the whole vibe Sammy's given. Like, just yapping to the person who would listen.
I mean, if I had any more tea left, I did used to have one that was good for going to sleep. I don't really know if it was like that good, but Normally I would say go to the clinic, but I'm not entirely sure if they would give you anything, you know, because of your age.
Oh yeah. Hell, I'll take even just like tips and tricks and walkthroughs at this point. Having just bad dreams for the past while.
I see. Anything particular eating at you?
What was
sorry.
Sorry, what?
He said anything particular eating at you?
Yeah. Guess he was trying to, just where I was the day of the outbreak.
Oh.
And what I had to do to get out.
You still see that there is like a twinge of like regret and also cringe as he realizes. And it's all right, kid. We all have those dreams from time to time. Tell you what, I'll look around my place and see if I've got enough ingredients to whip up something that could at least make you feel comfortable in the evenings before you go to sleep. Might have something that can still count as tea.
Looks at the juice. Never been a big fan of tea, but at this point, if anything helps.
There are some good ones. They calm down the nerves, and I won't say they make you feel sleepy, but it sort of puts you in the right sort of state of mind to take a rest, and it might help.
Thanks, Tobias.
Anytime,
You're pretty
good.
cool.
I wouldn't know about that. I have my moments. And he ruffles your hair.
Best drink this and go see if Claire needs me to do anything else before I retire for the day.
All right. I won't hold any more of your time. And he gets up. In which case, we'll go to Felix next. You said you were going back to your cabin.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there anything in particular you're doing?
Mainly I was just gonna go back to unload and then just rinse off anything left with like a rag and a little bit of water. And then double check that his hat doesn't have any blood on it, and if he does, he's cleaning it off. And then after that, I think he... Sorry, what are you saying?
I was gonna say something, but you continue. You go first.
I was just gonna say after he finishes making sure that there's no extra blood on like his hat, he puts it back on and just goes to sit on the steps of his cabin and just stares.
Okay. There was a little bit of blood on the hat, but fortunately, when you were pushed down, it came off your head and sort of landed to the side. So it was just a stray splattering from when you killed the zombie. But yeah, so you sit at the the outside of your cabin, the bus. Is that what you said?
Yep, just like at the doorway, I'm just sitting and I'm just staring, just right into the middle space.
you sort of zone out for, well, you're not entirely sure how long, but it doesn't feel like long for you. But when you do come to, you notice that the sky it's not darker, but it's like you realize you might have actually been out here for like an hour or so. But you are alerted by someone's voice, and you realize it is Ben saying, "Hey, I heard you went outside the grounds."
Felix just kind of nods and goes, "Didn't want to go out, but yeah."
He moves over and he's going to try to sit next to you as much as he can. There's not like a lot of space, but there's some. And he just says, "You want to talk about it?"
Felix shrugs and just sits there in silence for a few long moments before he goes, "I shouldn't have been out there. I almost got Sami killed, I think."
I see.
I don't know why Luna took me at all. I'm a farmer. I'm not a scout. I'm not meant to leave the grounds. Before this, I was a solo runner. I didn't fight. I didn't do anything. I just ran. And trying to take care of other people is beyond my skill set.
I don't know about that last part. You always seem to look out for me and the others.
Yeah, but that's in here. That's just helping you guys in the daily life. It's just basic needs, basic human interaction. I'm not in charge of your guys' life or death.
Well, one thing that Tasha normally says in her lessons is that sometimes most of the time really, you don't have that sort of control. Even in here you wouldn't. By the looks of it, you're okay. I'm assuming Sami is, right?
Sami's fine.
Then
No injuries or anything. Just a little bit of blood, like from the zombie. That's it. Wiped it off pretty quick. Gotta wash my flannel though, so it's gonna be fun.
Yeah, that's gonna suck. But you were in a tight spot, and by the sounds of it, it looks like you pulled through, so at least there's that.
It was a dumb mistake. And then when we were running, that's when the zombie that got up with us wasn't related to the original thing, but if I hadn't touched that stupid bell.
No.
And now that that hunting store's probably gonna be pretty much gone now because we had to set it on fire because yeah.
No.
And Felix just looks down and stops talking.
He hesitates for a moment, but he does put his hand on your back and just says, "You went out for something, and you're back now. All in one piece, and not itching to have a snack, so I guess that's good enough. And hey, there's always other places to look, but hopefully not. Hopefully someone else.
Yeah, I really don't know why Luna dragged me out like that. It could have been anyone else.
I mean, I've asked her a few times, and I think I actually had my first run with her as well, but recently I've been told no every time I've tried now. Don't really know why.
Felix kind of scowls at that, like looking out, and like looking out. He's not scowling at Ben, he's just scowling.
He just sort of sighs and finally moves his hand away, and just says, well, I've got to go help. Picks up one of the buses. It's got a broken window. You can come if you want.
Felix stands up and just nods. Might as well. I don't got anything else to do. Not right now, anyways.
He sort of nods and he'll show you the way. And we'll move. Before I move back to Luna, what I will say is, because I did hear the comment that Maple made, Sami, you would actually know this anyway because you've spoken to Ben quite a bit since and such. As was mentioned at the end of the previous campaign, a little while after you're going back and stuff like that, he started to help around a bit more and joined the scouting stuff. And his first one was with Luna showing him the ropes, essentially. But you've heard him complain recently that neither her or anyone else is letting him join. And when asked, they'll give non-answers or excuses and stuff like that. And it's reached a point now where it's like a couple of times fine, and then it's sort of like reaches a point where it's happened enough times now over the past couple of months that he has complained to you a couple of times. It feels like he's been excluded.
Yeah. Real quick, Ben was the main quest of campaign 1, right?
Yes, that was Ben Miller.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, he was the MacGuffin. Unfortunate last name he has.
Yes, as we have Ben Miller and Sami Miller, unrelated.
Can I take away my stress since I spent time with Ben?
Yes.
Thank you.
Could I remove one of my stress since I spent time with the great and amazing Tobias?
I'll say not yet, but I'll also say this is coming towards the evening, so technically you'll be able to rest off the stress that you have and such, so that's not going to be too bad. Normally it's a dice roll, but as you have, like... How many do you have, Sami?
2.
That may have to be a dice roll for you then. But yeah, we'll get back to that in a bit. For now, Luna, you're gonna have to remind me now what she was doing.
Luna was going to report to Claire, and then we'll track down Sarah.
Okay. In which case, is there...
We're waiting for rifle.
Yeah. Is there anything specific you want to say, or is it just giving you a report?
I'll just summarize it. Mainly just think of we got the parts and some extra, and that Flint is working on a rifle. There were a couple of mess ups, and we had to burn down another building. This is kind of like hesitates on my part. I was like, but they both did well.
I will say you heard a slight comment under her breath about the possibility of banning you from anything flammable. But
she hasn't burnt anything.
Yeah. But she's definitely equating it to you, it being you, because for some reason it seems to happen when it's you involved.
Relate to Sami making Molotovs in his bus.
Yep. But yeah.
Sami just labels some of Luna's names so he knows he has some spare for when she used to burn down building.
You have the leader's responsibility of, regardless of who it is you on you. But yeah, in which case you can go to... So are you going to Sarah first before waiting on the rifle, or...?
Yeah, just kind of update her on, just to know, back and all the parts.
Okay. In which case, at this point, she's over with the rest of the Lost Boys. You see most of them are there except for Ryan, who is presumably still in the clinic.
Just like kind of gestures over to Sarah to get her attention and, get her away from the others.
She notices you and nods. She was originally talking to Tony, but when she sees you, yeah, she nods and sort of ruffles his hair to his protest and leaves him to walk over towards you.
We got this stuff.
Okay, that's good.
I may have... Well, we, like in quotations, may have burnt down a building to get it, but we got it.
Hang on, I've heard this before. Didn't you do this a while back?
It's effective, okay?
Okay. If it works, it works.
They don't like light. Well, they're drawn to light, and by being drawn to fire, less walkers.
Right? Yeah. Okay. You don't have to explain it.
It's kind of like rolls her eyes, just like...
Any excuse to be a fire starter, I totally understand. And she still gives you it. No, of course it was always burning, right?
The world's be turning.
She sort of lets out a chuckle, and you can see it's kind of like she needed that laugh. It was a bit shaky.
Clint is working on fixing it now. How's Ryan doing?
He'll be fine. The docs reset everything that needed, and fortunately nothing was actually broken. He's going to be in a bit of pain for a few days. It's going to be a while. They don't have any... They don't have anything that's not too strong for someone his age.
Yeah, it's... Can't exactly get specialized care nowadays.
Nope, and I don't think the Vicodin they have will cut it. Oh. But, he'll be fine. He'll be fine.
I know. I can't help feeling bad, though. This was my fault.
It's not like you could have known, and it's not like he'd ever bother to say anything.
It's not like I've made myself approachable.
He wasn't going to say anything.
If it would have been less of a bitch, there might have been a chance he would have.
Can I be honest with you real quick?
Always.
I was really annoyed with them damn kids when I first met most of them. They annoyed me every day. But God damn, now It's been a long year.
Oh god, it has only been a year, hasn't it?
Oh, some change. I guess if we want to be polite with kind of ourselves, a year and a half or something. Doesn't matter.
18 months, as some would say. It's like, well, kind of joke on the, mothers with young kids.
Yeah. She does sort of give a scoff and a roll of the eyes and says, when I heard that sound, I was really scared that he died too.
Look, I know there's still a lot of tensions and concern after what you all went through with the Red Skulls. But, well, we dealt with them. And you're safe here. I'm not gonna let anything happen to you or any of the Lost Boys. You know that.
I know. And so does Jackson. I think the others know to an extent. I think a lot of them just struggle to... I think after so long dealing with the skulls, it's just... I think a lot of them now just see an adult and expect the worst.
I know. And I'm hoping... Of course, I want to get Ryan's rifle repaired to apologize to him. I'm also hoping doing that will show him that we're not all bad.
I think that would be good. I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of what's been happening with him is because of that.
Speaking of which, the rifle's probably going to be done soon. Will you come with me to speak to him? I don't think it would be too good of an idea when he's already afraid of me for me to walk in with a rifle.
Yeah, you'll probably think he was getting ready for summer execution or something, I guess.
The rifle which just hurt him and the person he's afraid of both come into the room at once. Doesn't like start a bad joke.
Well, alright. Let's go and let's hope it lands.
Yeah. One more thing. You mentioned how when you first met all of them, you thought they were annoying. I imagine you thought the same thing when I walked into that station and approached demanded shotgun shells.
Normally, I would have told you to fuck right off, but considering what you were going to do, it made the most sense, and I never really had the guts to do it myself. Well, I certainly wanted to every now and then.
Well, don't worry, the last words he heard were me saying, "No wonder your daughter hates you." So, he got the message.
I'll say you both walk over to Flint's workshop, and at this point it is evening. I want to say, I feel like I was waiting to pull back on someone. What were the things that people were doing? Okay, so Felix is helping out something, so I think it was Sami might have been. What were you doing?
Yeah, I was realizing I was muted. Step one. I was going to check in with Claire, see if there's any last minute project she needs done real quick before I just go have free time.
Okay. In which case, yeah, you can go to you go to there. At this point it is just her. The others are elsewhere, but
And when
she
he walks in, he immediately regrets everything because then he remembered, oh, they burnt down a building again.
She looks up at you, sort of raises an eyebrow, and just says, I thought you got rid of those Molotovs.
Well, they're all gone now.
And how long do you think that will last?
What do you mean?
Well, seeing as I said to get rid of the last one last time, and it was suddenly I hear that another building has gone poof. Why do I get the feeling that you're going to make more?
What lovely weather we're having today.
She just sort of scoffs and rolls her eyes, but she has like an amused sort of smirk on her face. And she just says, "It's fine, kid. Just make sure you keep the things you're using for ignition out of them when here."
Absolutely. Wanted to see if there's any more tasking needed done in here before I just go to free time.
Well, there's a few things here and there, but to be honest, get some rest. I'm sure you'll need it. You doing okay?
Kind of looks over at Claire. I think I'm doing as well as you.
It really is grave then, huh? She just sort of... She just chuckles and kind of realizes maybe her attempts at for jokes at people and stuff isn't quite working out still.
Sammy's chuckling at that. Yeah, I feel it when you say like you wish we had coffee. God, I wish we had coffee still too. Just rough night sleeping.
Dreams again?
Yeah.
Same thing?
Yep. Feels so real every time though, like I'm still back there. Wish I can realize it's a dream when it happens so I can just wake up. Before it finishes. But what can you do, really? Gonna give a little smile.
I guess your best, which I'll say you've been doing a damn fine job at.
Appreciate it. I guess I'll turn in and head my class. I got and he's gonna toss like the apple juice in his hand. Got a date with. I'm not gonna finish that one with Gala here.
Blinks a few times and she just goes, all right, well, get some rest. If we do need you for anything, we'll let you know.
Give a little silly salute and we'll walk out.
Okay. We will go back to Luna then, and Sarah. You make your way over to the clinic. You see Bobby's that's actually sitting outside his, perhaps in a display of irony, smoking.
We got the rifle, right?
Yes.
Okay. I just like looks at Bobby. It's like, oh, that can't be good for the patient.
That's why I'm outside.
Oh yes, because these things are so airtight.
Look, it's like me and a couple of others. Get off my back.
I'm just messing with you. How is he doing?
He's, physically speaking, he's going to be fine. He's still in quite a bit of pain. I've done my best to keep his hand still and him unable to move anything. But I wish I could give him something, but most of what I've got, even if I give like a small amount, it could go quite badly. So he's just going to have to deal with it for a while.
Well, if he can survive your bedside manner, he can survive anything.
You know what? I ain't even gonna argue that. Fair enough. He sort of stands up and he walks a little bit further away from the clinic. He's just going, I'm gonna leave you two to it. Holler if you need anything.
Will do. Sarah, do you want to go in first and talk to him, make sure he's okay before I come in?
I've got a better idea. If there is a hand that is not holding the rifle,
Yeah.
she'll take your hand and you'll both go in at the same time.
I kind of like resist, but like can't really, because she can't really grab hold of anything with her hand on the other hand of the rifle.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, Sarah, like, just like complaining, and then like once she's in the room, she's like, just kind of shuts up, kind of thing. Try to find words.
They need to know you're not replacing me, so sooner they see us as equals, the better. And yeah, with that, you both walk in. Ryan is one side of the clinic, and you can tell that he has been crying at least a little bit recently. Like it's still sort of like crusted and salty around his cheeks, and his eyes are quite red.
Yeah.
But he's just doing his best to keep his hand still, and then he looks over and makes himself small.
Just holding a rifle by the middle to make sure it doesn't look like she's used as a weapon. Just holds it up with one hand, just like, I got something for you.
He tilts his head and he's just staring at it almost completely blank, as if he can't register it. And he just goes, "But I broke it."
We got it fixed. I went out to get the parts to fix it. And put down a building, but we got it. You have to thank Flint for fixing it, though.
He stares at it, then at you, and he doesn't say out loud. He's still a little bit anxious, but you can tell he really wants it.
Just double checks the chamber, make sure it is empty.
Fortunately, Flint is not that.
Yeah.
No, it is completely empty.
It's like a chair or something that you can pull up.
Yeah, there's a few around.
Just like pulls up one of the chairs and sits next to the bed and hands him the rifle.
You first. No, you first.
I know this whole thing was my fault.
You're not sure if he heard you or if he did, whether it sort of like matters. He's focused pretty much on the rifle, and he sort of traces his hand over the wood body and then flips it over. Sort of does the same and stops where it has his name carved on the stock.
Body? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's over towards the shoulder stock. Yeah, and he breaks down into tears.
I'm sorry. I should have checked if this was what you wanted first. I'm sorry.
Thank you. It's exactly like it was. Thank you.
I'm sorry I broke it. I shouldn't have taken it from you in the first place. I was just angry that, well, you shot at me back when we were in the shooting range, and then when we were trying to save Ben, I was too focused and I didn't realize it was jammed. I shot it again and it just got worse. If I would have known, I would have tried to fix it sooner and gave it back to you. I'm sorry.
He always told me it needed a lot of attention to keep well.
Your brother, right?
Yeah.
Well, his gun helped save someone. And I know he's not here anymore, but he still did good. And without you and without him, we might not have saved Ben.
I miss him real bad.
A lot of us have lost people. It doesn't get easier. But there are people around you who will take care of you. like Sarah. And even me, if you trust me enough to do so. Everyone here cares about you and the other Lost Boys. Claire let me go into an area where she wouldn't normally allow people to get the parts of a gun. Flint fixed the gun. Sami and Felix came with me to get the parts. It was a group effort getting that repaired. And even though you have been taking a few things, people still wanted to help you.
Why? And he looks over to Sarah. We abandoned you, and we were supposed to be enemies. As he looks over to you, Luna.
Maybe if you would have landed that shot you took at me, we would have been. But you could be a bit more accurate next time if you want to be.
He just holds it closer to him.
None of us are enemies. I know, pardon my language, I'm a bitch. But someone told me that part of keeping the people safe here is making sure they're okay as well, and not just physically. And I don't want to be the reason that you get hurt again.
When my hand's all fixed up, do you think I could help out the people I stole from, do some stuff for them, make up for it?
Well, I know Flint is a bit behind on his work, so he'd be happy to have some help.
Hey. I'd like that.
And does that mean you're going to stop trying to steal things?
He goes a bit quiet, but eventually nods his head.
And just stands up and takes a step closer to the bed, seeing how he reacts.
He does flinch, but he's pushing himself to not cower away.
She kind of slowly reaches out the hand and just rests on his head and just like ruffles his hair a bit.
He whines a bit in protest.
I know this isn't what you're used to, and I know this is a lot with all these people around. But we're on the same side, and I'm not replacing Sarah. I'm helping her. I could never replace Sarah. I'd never want to.
You mean it?
I mean it. The moment me and Sarah met in that gas station, I thought she was pretty cool. So I wouldn't want her kicked out of here. And she's one of the few people who put up with me. So why would I want her gone?
There's a part where you see his face sort of gets really twisted in a sense. Like he looks like he's about to cry again, and it's sort of that moment he realizes that he's done stuff on the absolute wrong assumption, and that sort of regret and embarrassment is kicking in, but he instead sort of swallows his breath and he's tearing up, but he's trying to make himself seem stronger, I guess you could say.
Are we good?
Yeah, we're good.
So, friends?
Friends.
Good. Now, if there's any problems, come to me or Sarah, okay? I'll only get mad at you guys if you've misbehaved.
Okay, I will.
Good. Sarah, do you want to stay with him for a bit?
Yeah, Sarah sort of tilts her head. It almost giving it sort of a deciding what to do with him sort of like but she reaches out and ruffles his hair as well, much to his expense. And he says, "Yeah, I'll stay with you for a while."
Oh, and Ryan?
Yeah.
The stuff you took, it seems it was found. Isn't that convenient?
Found? But it was... And Sarah just sort of cuts in like, "Don't need to worry about that."
If you are feeling bad, count your punishment as having to put up with Flint.
There's sort of a slight blank stare as he realizes, yes. But he sort of steels himself and nods and goes, "Right, yeah."
And I'll leave you two to it now. Sarah, I will see you for our meeting later.
Yeah. Sorry we keep having to delay that.
No, it's fine. I've been out of the scrap half a day, so it's not like I've helped. Don't worry about it. I'll talk to you later.
Yeah. See you later.
See you. And no, just head out.
As you leave the clinic, you just...
You okay?
No, I'm laughing because I just realized what I'm about to say. You hear as I've now lost the name. Bobby just goes, "So does Flint know he has a new apprentice?"
No, and I don't plan to tell him.
"I don't know which one he's going to kill first, him or you."
I'd like to see him try and kill me.
"You know what? We'll make a trade. I'll patch you up so long as I get to watch."
Sure. You might want to patch Flint up first, or he'll be more crucial or critical.
You know, the shit he's put me through this past year with the injuries he's taken, I think I might just leave him last regardless of what he has. There's a slight sort of joke in there. You kind of learn, even though he has sort of a very dry expression most of the time, you sort of learn to tell when he's exaggerating.
I'm sure he'll live. He seems... what's the nice way to put this? Experienced.
I mean, I was going to say, like, the cockroach keep finding in the kitchen, but I suppose that works too.
Each friend.
He drops the cigarette on the floor and sort of buries it in the mud with the heel of his boot. And he says, well, I've got a patient to make sure is still doing okay. Kind of a shame we don't have any, like, lollipops or something. That would be useful. Oh well. You go off, do whatever you need to do.
Will do. Let me know if you need anything.
He just sort of nods before going back in.
Luna's just gonna go to a trailer unless anyone disturbs her.
So I flipped a coin earlier. Karma, could I cause more emotional pain to Ryan?
I mean, I'm going to need you to tell me what you have planned first.
Yeah. Can I just DM it to you?
Sure. You know what? Go for it.
Yeah. Like, I get back to my little house. I'm like looking at this thing. And I was like, fine. I'm going to head to the clinic to go see Ryan.
Is there, is sort of just... At this point, he has the rifle on him. And he's using sort of like a file of some sort to make the part of his name slightly deeper in, just to make sure it's still visible. But you notice that he's doing it with a lot of care to not damage or alter the original lines.
Make it like a light knock.
The others look over. Sarah is there. She sort of gives you a nod and a small smile, and Bob is just like, great, I guess this is the visiting room now.
Well, looking at that, Ryan now has the rifle. She isn't so scary after all, is she?
He still looks a little bit embarrassed, especially when you say that, but he shakes his head.
Well, Clint did a damn good job on that. It's always nice if things get broken that we do our best to fix them. I'm just gonna place the apple juice like on the table beside him. Here, for you.
You sure?
Yeah.
But I mean,
and just shut up and take the damn juice.
You notice that he is somewhat torn, because like on one hand he's happy about it, but on the other hand you can see the guilt there, that sort of question of, after everything, why is everyone being so nice? He definitely doesn't feel like he deserves it, but he does. He takes it and then moves the other hand and realizes he can't actually do anything with this hand, and Sarah sort of straight away takes over, takes the thing and pulls out the straws to do all that for him. He just looks over to you, Sami, and trying to hold back tears, but he just goes, Thank you.
Oh, welcome to the scrap.
He gives a bit of a chuckle, he nods, and he takes a sip of the apple juice because it's been a fucking long time.
Can decide how long it's been sat there.
We do not question the preservatives.
Sammy's just gonna dream of apple juice tonight. I'll let you be. It's been a long day. And honestly, I want to try to hide so Felix doesn't make me dig up farm plots.
Hey.
Okay. And
Wouldn't be
as
that mean.
at this point,
And
it
that's
is
the emotional damage I want to give to Ryan.
I'd say it was fine. I mean, yeah, he still feels guilty and such, but I think at this point, at the very least, Sami and Luna, who've spoken to him, be confident that probably turned things around quite quickly. But at this point, it is late in the evening. The sun is still up, but it's going down. It's that point where the sky's sort of grey, even though it's clear sky, because it's just sort of going towards the horizon now. People are getting ready to do their night shift stuff if they have anything like that. Others are just sort of getting ready to spend time in people's cabins and such, or just go and rest. And that will be where we leave this session. We've returned after almost a year to the scrap. In real time, almost a year. We've returned to the scrap and seen what at least two of our regulars have been up to, and introduced a new one. Hello, Felix.
Hello.
And we've had a bit of an insight into the aftermath of everything that had happened the campaign before. And while it may have been a happy ending, it did not end without scars. But things seem to be on the up, and for now at least, all is well. We will be back next Friday for the next installment. But until then, thanks everyone for coming along to watch, and we will see you all next time. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.